Dear participants, welcome to our fourth day of summer school. And today we have lectures from professors of Tallinn University, Estonia. And the first of this lecture, challenges and opportunities in European healthcare themed startups from Mikhail Fedotov, Tallinn University. As I said before, Mikhail, are you here us? Just I think need to wait a few minutes. And after that, he will continue. He will connect to us. Mikhail? Okay, I asked him in email. Good morning, Mikhail. Are you here, us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me as well?
Okay. You can share your presentation.
Yes, let me try.
Just okay. Yes.
Okay, just give me a second. All right.
I'm very glad to see you. Thank you very much.
It's been a while.
Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Yeah, glad to be here. So shall we wait for a couple of minutes? Because I know what happens in the mornings is people are desperately looking for where the hell did that Zoom link go, or where's my microphone, that sort of thing.
Okay. We are waiting for about 40 or 50 participants.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of people.
What is the weather in Tallinn, Mikhail? Because here is the hot, about 42 degrees Celsius.
Wow. All right, I was going to say it's pretty hot in Estonia, but I guess that's by Estonian standards. It's about, well, maybe not today, but it's been up to almost 30, which is, yeah, again, for Estonia, that's quite a lot. That's not really usual. Although it's becoming a little bit cooler recently. So how are you managing? Do you have air conditioning? How are you surviving? Or is that normal?
In Astrakhan, usually each summer we have a temperature up to 35 degrees, but this summer probably most hotter than others, and of course without air conditioning system we cannot survive. But now everything good, and I think I think we can attract more participants because all students sitting at home and nobody wanted to go out.
Yeah,
Okay.
makes sense. Right. You have to actually go anywhere with the online classes, I
It is
guess.
great time to hear lectures about computer game or playing computer game.
I mean, yeah, playing video games is what everyone has been doing anyway, I think.
Okay, now we have 22 participants, and I think after a few minutes we can start.
Okay. So maybe you can just give me a signal when you think we're good to go.
Okay.
Cool.
Dear participants, dear students, please connect actively to this Zoom session. I see more students from Astrakhan State University, from Southern Federal University, from Voronezh State University. Baku State University.
Do you understand correctly that this is also being live streamed on YouTube or someplace? So could it be that people are watching over there?
Okay, I think we can start because number of participants increasing, and I think everything good.
Okay, I mean, we're recording this anyway, so if anyone should need to consult this later.
And we have translation to YouTube.
Oh, okay, so it's also being translated. Right, very nice then. So good morning, I imagine for most, if not all of you, it's morning still. So thank you, first of all, for waking up and being online at this early hour. Well, for me, it's a little bit earlier maybe than for some of you. And yeah, my name is Michael Fedoto. I may have seen some of you at previous MAGnUS events. We had a game jam recently that I know some people were taking part in. And at Tallinn University, I mostly teach things related to game design and using games in education and things like that. But today's talk is actually going to be about something quite different, because when I saw the topic or the theme for this specific summer school, I was reminded of a project that I was lucky enough to be involved in a few years back, which actually had something to do with healthcare and innovation. And I thought maybe I'd share a little bit from what I learned and what I discovered there. And maybe that's going to be a little bit more useful, because we also have other people talking about games and using virtual reality in healthcare and all kinds of things in the summer school. So yeah, I'm going to talk about startups and innovation and why sometimes it doesn't work out as planned, and basically what we've learned from trying to have a really close look at how people approach it. So let's start with a little, it's already at number 2 for some reason, little background or a little sort of anecdote that might get you thinking in the kind of direction that I want you to be thinking in. And the anecdote will start with a question. And in a physical classroom, I guess I would just be asking people for opinions and to contribute to the discussion. And you're also very welcome to do so using the chat if you'd like. Any inputs or thoughts or ideas that cross your mind at any point in this talk, feel free to write it down, and I'll try to check the chat every now and then. when you're just there in your bedroom talking to your screen, essentially, it's kind of more difficult to have a conversation. So I'm going to be asking questions and I'm sort of going to be answering them myself. But feel free to follow along and have your own answers. So what is innovation? When we think about it, it doesn't seem like a very difficult question. It's quite a trivial thing, right? It's in the word. It's something new, right? If you think about the Latin origins of the word, if you have new good ideas, that's what innovation is. Doesn't seem like something you'd need to probe or question further. However, there's a bit of a catch if you think about it. Let me introduce you to this thing. I don't know if anyone has been interested in sort of the history of technology, but what you're looking at here is, believe it or not, the original iPhone, as in the organ phone. It's a thing that was created in 1987 ish. And it's basically a head mounted virtual reality headset. So it doesn't actually look completely exactly like the kind of modern VR gear, but it's quite close to that. And not just in terms of what it looks like, but also in terms of what it did. It was literally a head-mounted thing. You'd wear it on your head. It had a glove called the data glove attached to it that allowed for hand movement tracking, sort of like a VR controller on modern devices. It gave you a 3D environment where you could actually turn your head and rotate and look at different parts of the environment. So in many ways, it was actually surprisingly, strikingly similar to what we today call virtual reality. And it's not some unknown thing that no one's ever heard of. It's not really, it may seem obscure now because I imagine not many people would have heard of the iPhone, but it wasn't at the time. It's not like it was completely known to just a small group of people. It was actually used by NASA in trainings, or at least they ran a few trials with it to see what the potential of the tool was. It received a lot of media coverage. There were a number of TV shows that asked people involved in the production of this headset for a demonstration, and they did interviews. So there was a lot of sort of press coverage at the time. It was actually featured in a Hollywood movie, which is, I mean, as much publicity as you can possibly get. And if anyone is familiar with the lawnmower man, that is sort of an interesting cyberpunk allegory for virtual reality. And it's not been well received at the time, but it's become sort of a cult classic. And if you're interested in what kind of concerns and visions people had regarding virtual reality back in the early 90s, you can actually watch that and you'll get some answers out of it. So that was the headset they used because it was pretty much one of the very few, if not only, available things on the market at the time. So you'd think with that kind of reception, right? The media was writing about it. NASA was asking them for trials. Universities across the United States were doing things with it. A movie didn't specifically mention the headset, but they used it. It would have been some kind of a success, but obviously the fact that we don't really know or remember about it today testifies to the contrary. So what went wrong there? Why wasn't it a big thing? It was certainly innovation in 1987. How come in 2015, when Facebook started producing the Oculus Rift, we're also thinking about that as innovation? We're still talking about virtual reality, in fact, even now, 6 years after that fact, as something that is innovative and promising and exciting. And this technology has been around for, in some way or form, for over 30 years. Actually, even before the iPhone, there have been head-mounted displays with some elements of the same functionality. So how come we do something that seems innovative, then we forget about it for a whole bunch of years, and then we sort of rediscover it and it's innovative again? Maybe innovation isn't actually as straightforward as coming up with new ideas. There's a number of things that went wrong in that particular story. Just to answer my own question, Part of that, if you look at the screenshot here from what the visuals looked like for the platform, you can understand that there was a problem there. But there's a lot of different things that contributed to the obscurity that this particular thing found itself in. The society, right? Society of the time was not really quite ready for that sort of technology. Sure, there have been science fiction stories about virtual reality, and people could envisage that sort of thing happening in the future, but it was very much seen as a kind of a dream, as a kind of a future thing. Because computers and digital technology wasn't as pervasive, wasn't in everyone's home at the time. We're not talking smartphones and all the other things. There wasn't really much of a context for this thing to become commonly used. Technologically as well, again, look at the screenshot. It was difficult to provide the kind of visual fidelity um, and the kind of production values that can also go into today's virtual reality technology. There were technological limitations that were quite difficult to circumvent. And while they had the technology, given the things available to them at the time, VPL Research, which was the research lab that was dealing with this or working on this, they nailed the technology as far as I'm concerned, but they didn't really have much compelling content, right? Because for virtual reality, the headset is a start, but you also need some kind of software to use with it that needs to provide some experience that really justifies the technology. And that was the problem because there weren't really content developers and nobody else knew how to use that thing. So they were quite limited in terms of the options they had to provide that sort of content for their users. It also should be mentioned, perhaps, that the thing cost $250,000 per one unit, which is significantly more expensive. If you think that the Oculus is expensive, well, maybe that will, or the HTC Vive, think otherwise, because we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, which again, outside of major research facilities or maybe movie studios, very few users in the world could afford that. But that was what the technology came down to. But it also needs to be noted that the people working on this were a small company called VPL Research, and as the title suggests, they were mostly focusing on the research. They didn't really see themselves as reaching out directly to the consumer electronics markets. They didn't know how, they didn't particularly care to do that. So they never really looked in the direction of how do we make it more accessible? How do we educate the public about what this thing can do, and so on and so forth? And where do we actually sell it? Ultimately, what happened is the company filed for bankruptcy, and they've been doing other things with their lives since, right? So we have this exciting technology again 30 years ago that was very much similar to what we're calling innovation today. But the great new idea wasn't really enough for it to sustain itself or to exert this kind of paradigm shift like impact on culture, right? It's not like society changed because that thing was around. It was noticed, it was sort of a blip on the radar, and then it went away. So again, to go back to this idea that innovation is new ideas, it's partly that, but it's not exclusively that. There's other things involved. It's also about what's called the buy-in, right? People as a society accepting the idea that this is actually something that we need, that is promising, that is exciting, and would like to play with it or to have it at home. There's also the idea that psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi refers to as field acceptance, which means that people working in the field that you're targeting, whether it be research or maybe training or space training in their case perhaps, need to widely accept this idea as well. They need to consider that this is a technology or this is an innovation that can really benefit us, that we can do something meaningful with, and that we would like to use, right? And that didn't really happen quite to the same extent with the iPhone example. You also need a significantly an adequate infrastructure to produce the thing and to distribute the thing. And again, nowadays you can see how this is a lot easier when we have those for companies like Facebook that already have a massive outreach, for companies like Steam that have their own game development and game distribution platforms, right? It's quite easy to be selling this sort of things, and they also have access to the kind of technology and the production facilities that makes manufacturing it quite a bit cheaper and more streamlinable than it was back in the day. So that is quite important. But also the idea itself. An idea is only the start of a journey. You may have a brilliant conceptual vision for how a thing would work in practice, but you also need hours, if not years, of testing it with different users, of trying to realize what the limitations are, how people expect to use it, how is the technology not responding to their needs or expectations, and how to make it the best possible product it can be. And also the technology itself matures in the process. So there's a lot of different things at stake involved in providing some sort of innovation that actually reaches the target audience that it targets, right? So how do these factors actually work in practice is the big question. It's not difficult to speculate about why some things work out and why other technologies didn't work out. And in fact, if you do some digging, you'll find examples of this from across the field. Different kind of technologies being done by someone who's then completely sort of forgotten and left out of the picture, and then somebody else seemingly rediscovering or appropriating the very same idea and capitalizing on that years later, and suddenly being seen as the genius who created it. Think Thomas Edison and the light bulb, for example. How do these factors actually work in practice? That was the question that I think a lot of people are asking. And that was the question that led a number of institutions in Europe to work on a project called CrossMotion, which is what I'm going to be telling you about. So in 2016 to 2019, a number of European universities and other institutions, which I'll tell you more about, joined forces to work on this research and development project called CrossMotion. It was funded by the European Union through Interreg Development Fund. I have to say this information because they're the funding body, and that's a requirement. The goal of the project was to study how innovation works, and in the process, because it's also a development project, not just research, to promote innovation in the public sector by encouraging cooperation between two different sectors: the audiovisual and creative industries on the one hand, and healthcare, tourism, and education on the other. So the idea being that you have companies that produce all kinds of media content, whether it be film or video games or podcasts or YouTube content or whatever else. And they have ideas, so they have a lot of things to contribute potentially, not just to their private clients and audiences, but also to the public sector, because a lot of the things and the techniques that they have and they use are actually quite meaningful or could be used meaningfully in things like education or tourism, or more pertinently to this particular talk, healthcare, right? So there's opportunities for hospitals and schools and tourism boards to work together with these companies and maybe make something happen. And that was the premise of the project, hence cross-motion, cross-innovation between two different sectors. So what we actually did is a lot of things, but the ones that are relevant for this talk is we ran hackathons in a number of different countries. And at the hackathons, people would pitch their ideas for products that would somehow contribute to either healthcare or education or tourism, and that had something to do with audiovisual or digital technology. So during each of the hackathons, we'd look at, I wasn't involved in making those decisions, but the jury would look at what are the interesting ideas, the ones that strike them as being potentially innovative, but also doable, feasible. They would select those ideas, and they would give them some seed funding as an initial money to start working on a prototype of this idea that they could then take to other investors and try to develop it further. And along the way, the project would also support them by organizing various kinds of training and mentoring sessions with people from the industry that would go in and talk about their own experiences, and would have people from places like Skype that would basically share their thoughts and ideas of how to make a project successful. We do conferences and networking events so they could also create connections, build connections with each other, get to know what's also going on in the field, and present their work and refine their work and so on. And we also studied them because that was also a research project, and we wanted to know how it operates, how innovation emerges, right, from a basic idea to hopefully a finished product at the end. And not just the startups we studied, but also the institutions that they worked with, the organizations that supported them, that gave them funding, that offered mentoring and advice. So meso level was the institutional level, which you'd look at how practices in different organizations affect the process, and the micro level was what I was involved in. Was we would actually look at individual startups, so we'd talk to people, would travel to the different countries where they were based, and sort of keep tabs on how they're doing every now and then, how the project is developing, how the relationships in the team are working out, and so on. So that was basically the idea. Again, to give you sort of an overview of the partners involved in the project, this is the geography that we had and the organizations. A few universities there, but also things like startup incubators, sort of technology clusters, which are groups of companies, smaller companies that work together. Film funds, which also in recent years have been actively looking beyond just cinema to other audiovisual technologies such as virtual reality, augmented reality, and what have you, in their potential. So this was basically an interesting group of organizations trying to figure out whether there's any logic to how innovation works and how startups succeed or fail. And a lot of them do fail. So just a few pictures so that it's a little bit easier to visualize the kind of the setting, one from a conference, one from a sort of a pitching session, and one from a demonstration of one of the prototypes. We ultimately, as the project concluded, wrote a book about the whole thing. It's divided into 3 chapters, one about education, one about healthcare, one about tourism. The talk that I'll be sharing with you today is mostly based on one chapter of the book, which specifically talks about startups in healthcare. It's an open access book. Anyone can read it. If you're interested in the sort of conceptual, theoretical aspects of how innovation works out, here's a QR code. Feel free to check it out. But the short story of what happened, I'm going to tell you now. So I'm going to tell you 2 stories of 2 different startups. And one thing that I want you to keep in mind is I've changed the names of the people because they asked me to. So these are real stories, but I'm using fake names so as to protect the privacy of the people involved to some extent. But maybe we can learn something about how innovation works from these 2 stories. So story number 1 has to do, or it starts with a young woman from China called, for the purposes of this video, Ming. And she went to Finland to study abroad. She wanted to become a computer scientist. She got a scholarship to study in Finland. And when she was a student, she was impressed by the amount of opportunities that she found for pitching different kinds of ideas. There's a lot of startup sessions, hackathons, conferences dedicated to innovation. And after attending a number of those, she realized she actually had an idea of her own that she thought was interesting and she wanted to maybe do something with. And it came, as a lot of ideas do, from personal experience. Recently, she had learned that a friend's grandmother had a stroke, and she was struggling with rehabilitation physically and cognitively as well. after that. She was obviously quite in advanced years. And she needed regular exercise, but she already had sort of limited mobility. It's not like you could tell her to, go outside and hike and get fit. She found it quite difficult. So she had to do certain exercises, but it was also kind of difficult and also boring, not very motivating to have a person sit at home and raise their hands rhythmically or breathe in a specific way. So Ming thought, why don't we use virtual reality technology for rehabilitation for the elderly? There seems to be a real need to do something to improve our current practices when it comes to physical and cognitive rehabilitation for elderly people. Why don't we try to use this new technology to provide them with a sort of richer, more personalized experience, because it can also track what they're doing and give them feedback on how they're doing it. This would allow them to enjoy something, a somewhat more active lifestyle, but also can create, let's say, relaxing environments, which can be quite engaging, right? As we know, the one thing we can say for virtual reality, it's immersive, it's engaging. And she was thinking maybe we can actually sell this to retirement homes and nursing homes and these kind of care facilities where a lot of elderly people end up going, where they're taken care of, because there would be a real institutional need there. And that would be easier than trying to sell the same idea to the elderly people directly, because saying to someone who's in their 80s, look, we have a nice tool that will keep you mentally sharp. You just need to buy a virtual reality headset and our app, would be a bit of a tricky sell, right? She was also thinking, coming from China, there's a big market there because there's lots of old people and lots of retirement homes, and there could be some potential there as well. So she started pitching her idea around at hackathons, and she found that it was getting received well, and she ran into a person we'll call Hannah, who was a sort of a PR and marketing specialist from Finland, who happened to be very interested in the idea because she'd had family experience as well that was quite relevant, and they started working together. So they formed a team. They registered a company where Ming was the developer and Hannah was the PR salesperson, and they started working on trying to make this idea a reality. They also joined the Finnish Virtual Reality Association. They got a separate office in the shared space with other people who were working with virtual reality at the time. And they started looking for funding, where to get the resources to actually work on this project. And CrossMotion happened to be one of the sources of the funding, which is how we got around to studying them. And in the meantime, they were also talking to retirement homes, care facilities, trying to see if there's interest or trying to motivate the people working there to give their product a try. This is approximately what it would look like. This is actually from one of the demo sessions they ran. So you can see they used phone-based virtual reality, which is sort of the more affordable kind, and they tried to calibrate it to the needs of elderly users. So basically, if you're interested in specifically in how it worked, the idea was that they would use data tracking for the users to provide them with, or provide their physicians, the people taking care of them, with data about how they have been performing long term. Are they doing this on a regular basis? Is their performance increasing or improving? Or is it the same, or is it getting worse? And by using algorithms in the software, they will be able to also provide suggestions for how to improve their exercise routine. And as for the business model, again, the idea was they would target the care providers, the facilities, which would then provide the technology directly to their patients, the elderly users. So how did it actually work out? Well, initially, when they started testing the thing at local hospitals and care facilities, it was quite encouraging. They could see there was potential in that. They also realized that the initial idea that they had, which was this kind of meditative 3D environment, wasn't really panning out too well because the elderly users, a lot of the time, had not really had much experience with 3D graphics, and they found it really difficult to understand what was going on. So after some testing, they realized that something like a 300-degree video, which is photorealistic, is much easier for them to understand because it looks like a real thing, and they know how to process that. They also expressed a preference for dimmer colors. They didn't want too much stuff going on the screen, less intense motion, sort of less intense physical activity required, and so on and so forth. So they learned quite a lot from this initial testing. And they also realized that they basically had to prepare three different pitches for three different groups of people they were interacting with. So they almost spoke a different language depending on whether they had to speak to the investors and convince them to give some money to support the project because it would be a success in the future, or to care professionals who needed to be convinced that this technology can actually improve their practices and be beneficial to their work, or to the end users themselves. Again, if you imagine trying to convince an 80-year-old person who'd never really used this kind of technology before that now is the time to be getting into virtual reality, there's sometimes resistance. But the other consideration that they had was, what is the market that we're looking at? Where do we sell this thing? There was a problem with being based in Finland. Finland is a great country if you want to create, if you want to be in a startup. There's a lot of funding opportunities, all kinds of, again, training, mentoring sessions. There's all kinds of support, but it's also, as a market, it's a tiny country. It's a tiny country that speaks a language that no one else in the world speaks. And it may have its advantages, but it also means that for a very limited target audience, such as the elderly people in retirement homes, there's only so much scale you can look at. Conversely, there was the possibility of trying to pitch the same project to China, which was Meng's native country, but there were problems there as well. One thing that they discovered is when they went to retirement homes in China, Ming had the advantage of speaking the language. She had some connections there. She tried to leverage those. But the actual people working in retirement homes were not very enthusiastic about the whole thing because there was a fear, and it seems to be a pervasive theme, of technology coming and replacing their jobs. Their concern was, all right, you're going to sell this new technology to the nursing home, and then they're going to fire everybody because the technology will be taking care of the patients. Obviously, that was never going to happen. That was not really something that was even remotely possible with this particular technology. That's not what it was for. But the concern was very real, and people were sort of suspicious and were not really forthcoming. The other thing that they were very conscious of is there's a risk of copycats, right? You go to some sort of a business conference in China, you pitch a new idea, you wake up the next morning, and there's 10 other companies that recently just happened to have started working on the same idea. And that is something that meant that they had actually be very protective and sort of almost secretive about what they were doing, because if someone with better resources than they had would start working on the same idea, it was quite risky for them, because possibly they would be driven out of the market. And that wasn't really where the challenges ended. It was more where the challenges started, because they ran into a lot of issues that they had to get sorted as they went. Market fragmentation is something I already alluded to. It was partly a linguistic thing because they had a team of basically two people, one of whom spoke Finnish and didn't speak Chinese. The other one spoke Chinese and didn't speak Finnish. And they had to target these two markets and translate for each other. There's also the cultural factors that come into play, such as the mentality that people have when it comes to technology, or the fact that in some places in the world you can't really do anything without having the proper connections at a proper level, because it takes knowing someone to get anywhere. But also things like legislation and regulation, because any technology that is marketed as being for medical use may require certification. You may need to run clinical trials. We'll talk about this in a bit, but that was something they had to remember as well. The bigger problem perhaps was funding, and that is again something that startups generally run into a lot. It doesn't really depend on the sector. It's not specific to healthcare by any stretch of the imagination. If you think about how startups work, a lot of the time it's a very short-term thing where you go to a hackathon or some kind of event, let's say a cross-motion conference, you present your idea, people are impressed. They offer you a deal of, let's say they'll give you 10,000 euro to work on this idea for the next year, and you say, okay, but 10,000 euro isn't really enough to pay people's wages for an entire year, even for a team of 2. And you probably need more resources anyway, because you need to rent an office, you need to have a website, and you need all kinds of things as well. So you go to another hackathon and you'll pitch your idea and you'll get a few more thousand. And it's short term. And it really depends on how successful you are at these things. And sometimes you get more money and sometimes you don't get any money. So it's very difficult to actually plan what you're doing. It's not just the fact that you're always looking for money, which doesn't help because you also need to be working on your project. It's also the fact that to think of what your project is going to be like in 5 years, for example, is really important. But at the same time, how can you realistically do that when you only know how much money you have maybe for the next 3, 4, 5 months, right? So that makes it really difficult to have a coherent vision of where you're going. And also because these different hackathons and funding opportunities come from different places, different funders will have different expectations. If you get funding from, let's say, a local film fund, they'll want something cinematic, or they'll want something based on their experience with the industry that they're working with. If you're getting some research funding from some kind of research facility, then you probably need to prepare to publish peer-reviewed papers and to actually conduct rigorous academic research on top of everything else you're doing, and so on and so forth. So you acquire these sort of additional commitments along the way that take up a lot of time, that may influence the direction that your project is going in different ways. So that is a bit of a challenge in its own right. Long story short, I was in touch with this team for about 1.5 years, and then eventually I learned that they had to shut down the project because it was no longer viable. They'd run out of funding. They'd done a lot of work in the meantime. They had a perfectly workable prototype. They had established some contacts, but it didn't really help with that the next step, right? They had the prototype, they didn't have the resources to develop it into a full-fledged project, partly, again, because they didn't really have the content. The technology was kind of there, but to do these kind of 360 degrees videos customized for the elderly users and specific exercises and, let's say, breathing routines and cognitive things, you needed a certain, you need access to production facilities where you could shoot that sort of thing. And that required collaborators that they also sort of struggled to find to a sufficient extent. So they kind of drifted apart. Long story short, Hannah became ultimately sort of a project manager at a university in Finland, working on, again, these kind of innovative projects on a more regular basis outside of the private sector. Ming got her doctoral degree, and she now works at Amazon. And again, at Amazon, she deals with startups and things like that, but from a sort of a consultant perspective, where she offers them advice rather than, belonging to one. So that's what transpired from this project. We'll talk about what the takeaways are in a bit, but let me tell you another story first that is in some ways similar and in some ways different. So this story has to do with a character called Taher, who's based in Germany, and he was also doing a virtual reality-based rehabilitation thing, but otherwise it was rather different. So he does come actually himself from a family of computer scientists, but he decided to become a doctor instead. He did have interest in technology, but he thought, I want to improve people's lives. What else can I do? I can become a doctor. And she worked at a hospital in Germany for a certain time after graduating from medical school. And he didn't find the experience very encouraging because he would approach his superiors at the hospital with these kind of ideas that he had, or maybe we could, change your practice and do this. He was always trying to innovate. And the people he talked to were not very receptive to a lot of these ideas because they were quite happy with how things were. And so he was sort of disappointed with that. He was working up to 60 hours a week. There was not a lot of time to do anything with all these ideas that he was having inspired by his work. He also didn't feel like he was a particularly great doctor at traditional medicine, so he wanted to maybe do something slightly different. So he briefly played with, he quit the hospital, tried to do acupuncture. Then he thought maybe I can do something else. And ultimately, again, as a lot of the times it happens with these kind of startups, he was inspired by his personal experience to try to do something with an idea. As a teenager, he was playing football or soccer, if you prefer, quite seriously, and he got a knee injury. He injured his ligament. And he had to be treated, and he underwent this kind of stressful and painful rehabilitation procedure. And he also discovered that medical insurance in Germany only covered the first few weeks of the rehabilitation, and then you'd have to go home and sort of practice on your own based on the recommendations given to you by the doctor. But nobody was really keeping track of how you're doing or whether you're even doing this correctly, because that wasn't covered by the insurance anymore. And he was so inspired by that during his medical training, he'd actually gone to a knee clinic in Switzerland to receive some experience in that. And he now sort of wanted to go back to that. So he came up with this idea that maybe he could develop some kind of a virtual reality-based rehabilitation solution for exercise routines after getting injured, right? And these would be personalized to the individual. And in virtual reality, you'd get an example of how to do the exercise, but it would also keep track of how you're actually doing it. Are you performing well? Are you doing it correctly? And it will give you feedback on that. That was the idea, right? So data-driven was a key word. And he started talking around, and again, it was received quite well in the startup community. He got input from people who worked with Microsoft, and he got to actually, excuse me, he got to try out his idea. In practice, he started developing, with the help of software developers, the actual app. It was working out quite all right for an initial prototype. So he was quite inspired by what was transpiring. He was sort of his own team. He joined forces with different people during the course of the work in the project, but he was the one driving force behind it. And initially he thought maybe this is something that individual users can try. Maybe in collaboration with hospitals, the hospital would dismiss a patient and tell them to use this app that maybe the hospital would actually cover the cost of, because it would save them still a lot of money to be able to do that. And then he realized there's many reasons why he should probably not do that, and I'll talk about those on the next slide. And maybe he would be better off targeting something like sport clubs that do this sort of thing professionally, because athletes, whether you take soccer or tennis or any other sports, people get injured all the time, and rehabilitation is a time-consuming, painful process that could be improved in many different ways. So as a little demonstration of what it looked like, this is at a facility owned by the Hamburg Football Club, I believe, and this is a demonstration of how the thing works. And this is sort of the personalized exercise routine in action, of the prototype that they had created. Right. So what kind of challenges did Tahir run into? Well, one thing he discovered, which is very typical of startups in general, is this kind of volatile environment where people come and go all the time. When you work in a startup, it's normally a very small team, which means that people have very different, very clearly defined responsibilities, and you grow reliance on them. You maybe have one core software developer in the team, or maybe you have one business analyst or marketing person, and they know all about their field and nobody else really knows much about it, because you have to specialize and you really need them to contribute. But then startups are not the kind of environment where people survive for long, so people will look for other opportunities. Maybe something else would come along. In Tahir's case, his main partner for a little while was a guy with Microsoft experience, who was basically a business analyst. He was quite knowledgeable about how to approach companies, how to secure funding, how to manage the business. As a matter of fact, he was quite sort of knowledgeable about the business administration side of it. And then he was offered an opportunity in another country, and he gladly took it, and he left because, again, startups are not something people often see as a long-time commitment. It's more of a stepping stone, because a lot of them don't really survive long term. So when people go, because you'd grown reliance on them, because you knew this person would be dealing with this, you're suddenly at a loss because there's nobody else in the team to cover for them. And you either need to urgently find someone new to replace them, and to get that person to understand what the current practices have been, or you need to learn a bunch of stuff yourself, which is what Tahir ended up doing, because he thought, maybe I'll broaden my field of expertise so I have a little bit of an understanding when it comes to all the different aspects, not just the medical part, so I can be a little bit more in control of what's happening. But it's still a setback, and you're losing time when you do that. With technology as well, that is a problem that they ran into very quickly after trying the prototype at hospitals. Hospitals needed very precise and detailed information, like millimeter precise about the movements, the angles, the timing of the patient's motions, and that was proving to be a little bit tricky with conventional virtual reality headsets. Even with the motion controllers, they're not really meant for that kind of precision. They are consumer grade electronics, so they needed to find ways to get as precise data as possible. For the sports club as well, that was proving relevant, and the current technology on the market was proving a challenge. And they started considering the possibility of forming partnerships with hardware manufacturers outside of the consumer electronics market to actually make something that has higher fidelity. And there's also the institutional thing that I already talked about. Partly is the fact that in the healthcare sector, a lot of the time, if you go to a hospital and you pitch an idea, they're not really interested in fancy tools. They already know how to do their things. They have doctors there that have been working for 30, 40 years. They don't want to be told how to handle things. They know, right? So that's going to be a difficult sell. But also, very importantly, to get something approved for medical use, you need to do clinical trials, which take months, if not years. You need to undergo certification, which actually gives you the sort of the license to work with this thing and to put it out in the market and claim it has healthcare applications. And this can also be specific and dependent on the region, which makes a challenging thing. So for startups in Europe, for example, even within the European Union, you have many different markets with some specific rules and regulations in different places. So a tool you create in Germany might not actually be, even if you go through the whole certification process, immediately suitable for being sold or distribution in Finland, for example. But also, even in Germany, different regions of Germany have their own rules and regulations, which makes it a lot of work to get these things done. And that was actually the main reason why Tahir decided to switch to sports clubs, because in this kind of private context of sports, they don't actually have legally to go through the whole clinical trial certification route. They can just test it with their athletes and use it internally, and then it's a lot less hassle, basically. But the other thing was, as you're gathering from these two examples, they were not the only people, or the only teams at the time doing VR-based rehabilitation. So it was quite competitive. There were similar ideas being developed elsewhere, and it was very important to be quick and to find access to the markets and to just get something going before someone else has done the exact same thing and basically driven you out of the market. So there were a lot of different things happening, and I wish I could tell you how this ended. When the project concluded, and I mean Cross Motion, the research project I was involved in, Tahir was still working on it. So it was still an ongoing project, but it doesn't seem to be anymore. At least I can't find any further record. I haven't really been in touch with him since of what has been up to. I have discovered that a project with the same name is being in active development in Germany, but seemingly involving a different team of people, which Tahir is not part of. So something went wrong there. Maybe they just accidentally used the same name, or maybe they completely took over the project. Point being, it didn't work out as originally planned. Whether it's a complete failure or just kind of readjustments, I can't really say. But what do we learn from these two different but also similar examples? And this is the bit where I'm starting to wrap up. So there's a lot of challenges you run into when you want to create a healthcare themed startup. And it's not just the technical implementation of it, it's a lot of other issues. And again, some of these are sort of general startup problems, and others maybe more specific to healthcare. So they deal with market fragmentation, or in a place like Europe, you have a lot of money in Europe, generally speaking, but you also have countries that speak different languages, have different business culture, have different legal requirements for what it takes to get an app approved, let's say for medical use. The nature of the funding is a problem because, again, you get a bit from here and you get from there, and that basically isn't great for your focus or planning ability. People come and go all the time, which is again a problem because you're suddenly looking for replacements for people who have grown to be almost irreplaceable. Going through legal certification, clinical trials, getting the thing approved takes a lot of time and takes a lot of resources. The sort of the club mentality where, again, if you're a small startup for 2, 3, 5 people and you approach a major hospital or a research facility and you say, we have this brilliant idea, a lot of the time they will not be particularly interested because they are sort of used to working with the big players, and having a bunch of kids come up to them with their brilliant pitch isn't something they are terribly interested in. Technological limitations as well. There's things that in the first case that we saw, a phone, like phone-based Samsung VR or something along those lines, that was actually not even Samsung VR. I think it was just pure Android-based thing. That was enough. That was adequate for their purposes. In the second case, because it was more data-driven, it wasn't. And consumer-grade technology at the time wasn't really offering the kind of level of fidelity that they wanted, which was also the problem with back in the day with the iPhone and NASA, where they started their experiments and they realized that maybe wasn't offering quite as much at that moment in time as what they wanted. And it's also a very competitive scene. And on top of all that, if you consider the psychological factors, where on a weekly basis, instead of just sitting in your basement and working on this clever idea you came up with, you need to go to hackathons and pitch your ideas and speak to potential investors and convey to them how great your project is, and also keep an eye on the competition and present your results and write up reports, and pay rent and find a way to pay to all the contributors that you're involving, and maintain a web presence and post on social media and all these other commitments. You burn out quite quickly. A lot of the time, it takes a lot of commitment and a lot of self-control and a lot of self-belief, importantly, to continue doing this for a long time. It's exhausting, it's taxing. So there's a lot of factors that are out there, and I don't want to end on this kind of like a negative note, saying that startups fail all the time. Realistically, I think a lot of you knew that already. Startups don't always work out. Most of them don't. But that doesn't mean that all of that is in vain. I said challenges. The title also had opportunities. Let's talk about some of the opportunities to end it on a slightly lighter note. For the startups themselves, there's a number of things that are potentially playing in their favor. The digital healthcare community is becoming more visible. There's a lot of media coverage going on. There's conferences, there's journals. And if 10 years ago that was again seen maybe as stuff of the future, it's increasingly being seen as something that's quite important in the present because it does have added value to offer compared to what's already going on in the markets. The other thing is with healthcare being as diverse as it is, there's so many possible applications and use cases you could target, right? Unlike something like tourism, for example, which is more or less focused. I mean, yes, there's different kinds of tourism. There's the luxury cruises and there's the dark tourism of going to abandoned factories in post-Soviet republics. But by and large, it's sort of the same continuum of things. In healthcare, you can be working on a speech therapy app or something for mental health or something for rehabilitation, as we had in those examples, or something for medication adherence. And there's so many different contexts to target that there is room to explore the whole scope of what's going on in digital health and find a niche for yourself. And it's still an emergent field, which also means that unlike some of the other sectors, again, let's use tourism, which we also studied in the same project as an example, you don't always have to compete with the major players. If you want to create a tourism app, which is something we've seen a lot in CrossMotion, you have to reckon with the fact that there's things like TripAdvisor or things like Airbnb, depending on what kind of service you're providing, that are already very popular, that have a huge market share that people go to, and you have to prove to your potential audience that you're doing something significantly better for them to actually bother installing it. But also people are not really ready to pay for the service because a lot of these other services are sort of ad supported and you don't pay anything. There's a lot of issues there. In healthcare, you don't really have, not quite yet, major mainstream digital health platforms that everybody uses and everybody knows of. So this idea of selling something new is a little bit more workable, even though major corporations are actually investing a lot of money and resources into digital health research as well. So that is something to keep in mind for the future. But also for the people themselves. When the project concluded, I was actually slightly depressed at how the whole thing worked out because there were a lot of interesting ideas that didn't ultimately work out. But then if you look at what happened to the people involved in their careers, nobody's failed in life, right? They've been networking a lot of these different events. They've built connections with other people and organizations. So in the Ming and Hannah example, Ming is working for Amazon as a sort of a consultant in startups, which isn't a bad thing to be doing. Hannah is working at a major university, not too bad either. They've built up enough experience to translate that experience into a fairly successful professional career. So the startup experience isn't the end goal a lot of the time. Whether it works out or not, it's a great springboard. But also for the actual things that they're doing. Innovation is an incremental process, which means that a new idea is a starting point, like I said. It needs to be built upon. It needs to be refined. It needs to be thought about, tested, fine-tuned. And it happens gradually, one piece at a time. You're sort of like assembling a jigsaw puzzle. So these new ideas, they only work out after a lot of refinement and a lot of acceptance. And even if a specific project doesn't succeed immediately, it still contributes to the field. And it may not be a great consolation for people who had a startup idea that didn't work out and they had to do something else. But the fact is they have done something for society. They have left a trace. And at this point, I should say hello to the iPhone, without which we probably wouldn't have consumer-grade virtual reality, such as the Vive, the Oculus, whatever your platform of choice is, because it did a lot to make that possible, even if the actual creators of the iPhone didn't directly benefit from that. Right? So as a society, we're doing things incrementally, and sometimes it doesn't work out for one person, but they do something meaningful. Right. So that is sort of the note that I wanted to end on. There's plenty of opportunities for success. There's a lot more opportunities for other things, let's say, that you'll have to do with your lives. But that is something to consider when you're planning a career, maybe in a startup. And there's more information about the different areas as well, not just healthcare, but also education and tourism in the book. So I'm putting the QR code here one more time. And on that note, I would like to conclude and call it a day. So that was what I wanted to share with you, and I hope it was in some way useful. I think we have just a few minutes for questions. If people have any, I'm happy to try to answer.
Mikhail, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Anybody have questions? Please, probably some of our active students want to ask something. For example, Danilo, Nikin.
Two things while people are thinking. A, you can email me if something comes to mind later. B, you can ask your question in Russian if that makes it easier for the participants from Russia. Danila doesn't have any questions, it seems.
No questions, thank you. Okay. Probably questions from Astrakhan students. Okay, Mikhail, maybe one question from me.
Sure.
What you recommend to startups in the development of the health application? What you want to recommend them? Who start to develop their application or games in the health area?
Well, if I knew a really good answer to that question, I probably wouldn't be doing this presentation. I would probably be too busy sailing on my private yacht between my private islands. But realistically speaking, the one thing that people mentioned to me when I asked them about what mattered in their startups was building connections. So one thing that's building connections, networking, and collaborating. Some people that have brilliant ideas are also by their nature kind of solitary people that are sort of introverted, that don't really have a lot of energy to go out and talk and present their ideas. But unfortunately or fortunately, that's a big part of the process. And you need to get talking to people as quickly as you can, and you need to start testing your idea with people, both as a pitch, whether people buy into the concept, and also as an actual thing. So go to events, try to find like-minded individuals, try to work with them. Again, even if it doesn't work out for the particular product, it will reap benefits at the end, because for a lot of the people who I've seen whose startups faltered at some point, they have been able to use that experience further, and their connections really helped them a lot. The other thing is selling the idea. That is something that matters a lot, because sometimes the idea can be great, but when the pitch isn't, you don't get this kind of buy-in. If you think about, maybe this is not very specific to healthcare, something like Spotify, right, or something like Uber, the kind of platforms that are thought to be very innovative. Uber has never made a profit in its history, not for a single year. It's been losses all the way. The only reason they've been able to keep running is they've had investors the whole time who are buying into the idea, who think it's promising. They keep investing money into it. Spotify didn't make a profit for the first 6 or 7 years of its existence, until everybody bought into the idea so much that it actually changed how the music industry worked. So instead of buying albums, people are now getting these subscriptions, and the music labels are on board with that. So to be able to sell the idea to the extent where people are so convinced it's going to work out, that it starts changing the market. It creates a market for itself. That is the big challenge, I think. And also, yeah, get healthcare professionals on board. If you're a software developer, you need someone with a medical background to be doing anything who is familiar with things like clinical trials and who has access to patients and so on and so forth, because otherwise it's very difficult to translate that idea in practice. I can see there's a quote.
We see
Yes.
one more question in chat.
Yeah, how soon do I think well, it's an interesting thing because they are used in some forms of therapy. Cognitive behavior therapy, there have been some interventions for, let's say, mental health issues and so on and so forth. In Japan, for example, the University of Kyushu have been doing a lot of interesting stuff with virtual reality at their university hospital. So it's not just people in a lab, they're actually doing that with patients. There have been, if you look at like the conferences, there's a lot of things that have been going on. For some reason, none of them have really expanded and taken over the market, which was one of the points that I mentioned in the conclusion as well. Maybe precisely for networking reasons, maybe for language and cultural reasons. I don't quite know why, but virtual reality is being used in some settings already, and for some years as well. It's just that I think at the moment there's a lot of things to consider that are still happening, like motion sickness, for example. Some people are just not able to use VR at the current stage at all, which means that they're excluded from, this kind of experience. Generally speaking, in Estonia, I'm actually not in Tallinn right now. I'm in a city called Tartu, town, I guess, by Russian standards. The local hospital here as well have been using virtual reality for children when they're trying to explain how the human body works to them, to promote treatment adherence, where you have to take your medication on a regular basis. So it's kind of a roundabout way. It's not the VR that does the therapy, but it's sort of an education healthcare hybrid. So there's a lot of different applications. It's just that I don't really think the technology is quite as mature to be used all over the place pervasively, and I don't really think it's accessible enough to. If you think of where most people in the world live, right? It's places like China and India where there is a lot of technology, but not everybody has access to it. Places like Africa where access is actually severely limited. People have smartphones, but that's as far as it goes. So even if in limited settings, places like, you go to Finland, maybe you go to larger cities in Russia, and you'll see that some of this technology might actually be used in some settings that get more funding, maybe private facilities, not so much public hospitals. It's not yet at a stage where it's affordable and accessible enough to, I think that's one of the bigger barriers. And I think when we're doing this project, what was it, 6 years ago, someone told me that in 5 years' time, VR will be all over the place. Strangely, it's not. We're still having the same conversation. Everybody's still excited about it, but it's not been as fast. And I think that's actually one of the things about innovation. It's only innovation while it's still sort of emerging, while we're still waiting for the big thing to happen. Nobody thinks of smartphones as innovations anymore, even though the iPhone was, 2008, I think. So it's quite recent, but everybody has one now. So, we're accustomed to that. Basically, I think it will take a little bit more time. But there's a lot of interesting things that you could be doing in the meantime that are happening already. Sorry, that was a bit of a long answer.
Yeah. One more. Okay, thank you. I feel you. Yeah, perhaps for the treatment of mental disorders or post-recovery. Okay.
Yeah, mental and cognitive things have been the big ones that are already being actively worked on. Physical rehabilitation and things as well, but it requires a lot more access calibration and technology. So there's that.
Yeah.
Cool. I think we're...
Mikhail, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation, very interesting conversation, and answer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Now we have a small break, and after that, we have another one lecture, medical intervention games, an overview, but from Professor Callahan. Is he ready?
That's a good question. I'll message him on Discord. Peter is in Ireland at the moment, which is his home country, and it's 3 hours behind Astrakhan, so I think it's about 8 in the morning. I hope he's awake. He promised he would be, but I'll send him a message just to make sure that he remembers and he has the Zoom link.
Okay, Mikhail, thank you very much. Now we have a small break, and after that, after the break, we will continue.
Right, thank you, everybody, and take care.
We will start at 11:30. Dear Professor Callahan, are you hear us? You need to
unmute myself before I say yes, which is always the problem with these things. And also make sure
Thank you very much for your participation. It is very important for us. You can share your presentation and check if everything good. We will start after a few minutes. Green sign on the bottom of the window Zoom.
Yeah, I know. I'm just having the joy of having 5 things running in the background and making sure I turn off the YouTube videos that I listen to while I'm working, because otherwise it gets a little crazy as I have 53 things happening at once. Yeah, and I've also been known to have a little bit of problem with Zoom. So we'll see how it goes.
Share screen
there. Yeah.
It is your choice. What is better for you? You may share screen or you may share presentation. Only presentation, I mean.
Now let me just find the thing now in the list. There we go. How are we doing on that?
Yeah, it works, I think. Now only black screen, but I think if you run your presentation,
yeah,
it does work. I think you share the screen, yes?
Yep.
Now you need to move Zoom window because we cannot see something.
Okay.
Yes, something happening. Yeah, we see your presentation.
You got my presentation there? Okay.
Medical intervention games. Intervention.
Make sure I've spelled intervention correctly. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. After a few minutes, I think after 5 minutes, we will start.
No worries. This is being recorded for YouTube.
Yeah, it is important for YouTube, and now participants knows that on the program we will start 11:30, and at 11:30 everybody will connect to us.
No, it's just so that another colleague of mine would like to actually listen to it. So if there's a recording, it would be nice if you could send me links to it.
We have a record on the YouTube, and if you want, I will send you direct links to the YouTube.
Perfect, thank you.
Because I have your email, and I think I will do it.
You away?
Bye.
See you later.
Mikhail, send us a YouTube stream link
Perfect.
in the Zoom chat.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Sorry, I have my videos over on my second monitor, so if it looks like I'm staring off into the middle distance, it's just so that I can share the smaller screen with the presentation on it. And of course, the camera's here, and I'm looking here.
I think it is okay because we look at your presentation directly.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can start now. We have we have average number of participants, and I think we will start right now. We can start.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Patrick Callahan, and I am a junior research fellow with the Tallinn University. I always get confused between University of Tallinn and Tallinn University. And I specialize in the creation of learning games and how games interact with the world in general. Today, what I'm going to be talking about, or what I've been asked to talk about, is medical intervention games. So we're going to go through the presentation, and we have a format for it. So first of all, I'm going to give a general introduction, and then we're going to look at games being used as diagnostic tools, games being used as psychological interventions, and finally, we're actually going to look at games that are being used as physical treatments. Then finally, we will conclude with a look at what things might come in the future, and also for a chance to you to ask questions, to give me comments, and to give me a little bit of feedback. If you do have questions as I'm presenting, feel free to put them in the chat box. I can't see the chat box while I'm presenting, but I promise I will respond to each and every question in the chat box at the end of the presentation. Okay, so let's move straight into the purpose of medical games. Why do we have medical games? Well, Marshall and Popov, in their semiotic theory of gaming, proposed three distinct functions of any type of game. And they broke them down into educational functions, research functions, and operational functions. The majority of the medical games out there are clustered in the educational function. They are either demonstration tools or training tools, or they're trying to nudge people in motivational ways or to get the activity up and into them. This seems to be the main focus of most of the medical research games out there, especially for doctor training, etc. We do also have research functions, which are things like the creation of new information. The most referenced game in this field for medical use is the game Fold It, and it's used to fold proteins together to find new medicines. But finally, we have the operational functions. And in here, we have games as interventions, games as planning, and experimental games. We are really interested today, not so much in talking about the educational functions, not so much talking about the research functions. We want to focus in this lecture today on the games as interventions, the games that do something, that help somebody to get better or help to create an environment where people can get better. So I've broken the lecture down, as I said, into diagnostic, psychological, and physical. So let's move into the diagnostic. So we have a couple of games that I want to highlight. We have the Diesel X, which basically is a game designed for children who are potentially dyslexic. And what it does is it takes the testing procedure that is normally incredibly dry and boring and turns it into, uses game mechanics to encourage the player to continue to move on and move forward with the testing procedure. So instead of just having to do a simple task over and over again in a repetitive and boring way, it's creating an environment which encourages the player to complete the system. This increases the diagnostic value of it because this is designed for young children who have relatively low attention spans. So we can get a much better reading with it. The next one is discussed in a talk by John Gardner at the Games for Change conference in 2018. And again, it relies on turning tests from being long and boring into active and engaging. So all of the psychological tests. In this particular case, it was looking at concussion diagnosis. Now, for concussion diagnosis, traditionally the treatment or the diagnostic method is to get people to recognize lights that are going off and point to the various lights and things like that. But this, unfortunately, is long, it's boring, and it's tiring. All things that, if you have a concussion, are very difficult to deal with. So again, we're using the game mechanics to increase the completion of these tasks, to increase the number of, the amount of time that players are actually working with it, which increases the diagnostic validity to it. Finally, we have diagnosis of autism. While not necessarily a game, this is an interesting take on use of VR. One of the markers for autism and autism type disorders is movement, abnormal hand and leg movement, movement in a very specific pattern. So the diagnostic method prior to this has been to get an expert in recognizing those motions to watch 8 hours worth of video with a client. And unfortunately, this is a very expensive and laborious process. So instead, what one researcher started to do was use a cave VR system, which is VR projected on 3 walls, and then have cameras pointed at the client, at the person, and create a wire pattern, this wire pattern model of the person, and analyze how they move in real time when when new stimuli are projected in front of them. So what happens is a character walks into the scene, waves at them, and a neurotypical response would be for a child to wave back and then wanders off. The body motion gives a understanding of whether or not the child is exhibiting those markers, and it can be analyzed very, very quickly. So this has the potential, all of these have the potential to either do 2 things. They either increase the completion rate of the diagnostic test, or they provide a faster method of doing the diagnosis by leveraging the computing power that we have available to ourselves. Any psychological test out there has the opportunity to be turned into a game form, and as such has a great area of advancement in completion and making sure that these are actually getting the fine granularity that we're looking for. So let's move on to the area of psychological interventions. And while a lot of the focus on the research of games has been on, do games cause violence, or do games cause psychological problems in their users, people worrying about addictive behaviors, there is research out there that seems to suggest that games can have positive psychological impacts, especially when they are designed as to achieve this. So the first one we're going to look at is a company called Mightier. And Mightier works using a biofeedback system. So the person who is engaging with the system, the player, sits down in front of the computer and straps on a pulse rate monitor onto their arm and starts playing the game. If their pulse rate starts to rise, the gizmo here on the screen starts to go from the blue and starts to climb up towards the red. If it reaches the red area, effects start happening on the screen. So if it's a racing game, for example, the vision of the player, the amount of screen that the player can see, will start to constrict. And it will continue to constrict down to a point, making the game more and more difficult until the player gets their heart rate under control. How they choose to do this is completely up to them. So by doing this, it is in fact training the player to understand enough about their body to be able to control their heart rate. Why is this important? Well, in a lot of anger issues and a lot of temperamental issues, the main component, the main physiological component, is a spike in the person's heart rate. So by teaching them to recognize when their heart rate is elevating and teaching them how to bring their heart rate back under control, it is teaching them how to control their emotional responses. It is intervening and doing it in a way that will train them. And this intervention has so far had a great deal of success. The players who have been using it have been both enjoying the experience of using it, and also the parents of the players have been reporting improvements in their behavior outside of the game. Again, because they are starting to recognize that, hey, I'm beginning to feel this stress, I'm beginning to feel this movement towards an anger level, and that is now I can deploy the tools that I've learned in the game to actually bring my stress level under control. Okay. Finally, next in the psychological area, we have Tetris, and Tetris for post-traumatic stress. So one of the things that happens when a traumatic incident occurs is that it gets written into the visual memory of the person who had it. So for example, if you were in a car crash, people will report reliving the car crash for several months afterwards. They will close their eyes and they will suddenly see exactly what was happening during the car crash, and they will relive it. And this can cause a wide range of psychological issues and physiological issues, including, again, elevated heart rate, panic attacks, etc., and an inability to control, to moderate their own behavior. So the problem is that when the accident or when the traumatic event occurs, afterwards, the brain starts to dwell on it. It starts to constantly replay it and try to figure out what could have been done different, what could have been done different. And this reinforces the memory of the incident inside of the human brain. Theoretically, it should be possible to interrupt this reinforcement process. And one of the methods of doing that is to add a different visual stimuli. If you've ever played Tetris or Candy Crush or any of those type of games, you know that moment when you are playing away and you put it down for the night, you close your eyes and you see the game. This is what they are trying to use as an interrupt. So the study let me just check my notes. The study was by Lardrey Blackwell, found that playing 10 minutes of Tetris reduced the recurrence of traumatic memories that the player had. And what they did was they went to an emergency room, and anybody who had been in a car accident, they asked them if they were willing to take part in the study, and then they handed them a Tetris game and asked them to play for 10 minutes within 4 hours of the accident occurring, and then asked them to fill in a journal about how many times they relived the accident in the next 2 months. And they found that the people who played Tetris had less severe reactions and were more likely to be able to remember the event, but were more likely to be able to also put it aside when the reactions were happening. Because, again, the theory is that they had interrupted this stage of creating a loop that would cause trauma and problems later. So those are the two psychological treatments. We have a psychological training where the game is actually being used as almost a medical intervention, like a medical psychological intervention, like taking an antibiotic to clear out the system, or taking actually it'd probably be more similar in the mightier case to getting immunized. And then we have one that interrupts the psychological problems and prevents trauma from becoming dangerous for the person. Now let's move on to the actual physical interventions, because while it's well understood that games can have an effect on our brains, it's well accepted. Can games also have an effect on our bodies, a positive effect on our bodies? And the answer is, well, yes, in specific cases. Games do not, while the popular media approach to games are to emphasize the negatives of their usage, There are physical benefits to playing games, and there are physical benefits to engaging with games. So let's look at the first of the two, which is the treatment of vision problems. So I can't pronounce that. Lazy eye syndrome is where one eye does not focus as well as the other eye. And the traditional treatment is to force the person to wear an eye patch over their good eye for a long period of time to force the other eye to get stronger. The problem with this is it is uncomfortable. It is it's uncomfortable. It's not regularly. It's not followed through with as much as it should be, and it's hard to intervene at younger age groups to get them to do it because, well, younger kids don't want to, well, nobody wants to put up with the pain of doing this uncomfortable thing for a future benefit. So one of the things that they've started to do is they're starting to use virtual reality headsets, which will achieve the same goals by presenting a game environment and then randomly switching off the strong eye so that to play the game and to continue progressing with the game, the player has to figure out how to bring the other eye into focus, and it becomes the part of the challenge of the game. So not only this is a fully researched area and is in the literature, but there are also anecdotal discussions. One of my friends is a game designer from Finland, and they actually are legally blind, and they specialize in adaptions to encourage more players to be able to play games. But they also say that one of the reasons why they manage to improve their eyesight is through a desire to play games. And there's anecdotal discussion of it being used in treatments of ocular albinism, where people have pigment problems in their eyes, and other eyesight and blindness issues. Again, encouraging people to engage with something that is both fast-paced and also engaging encourages them to use the skills and to train both their eyes and their brains, thus leading to improvement. Possibly the biggest or the most interesting physical study is the use of a game called Snow World. And on the picture on the left, we have the player, and the picture on the right is the game. And the game is very simple. What the player does is he or she throws snowballs at penguins and snowmen as they drift down an ice river. Very simple game in virtual reality. So, you throw the snowballs and you watch as the penguins fall over and everything like that. A very, very simple game. What is interesting about it is that this simple game is being used for people who have suffered major burns to their bodies. When a person is burnt, third degree burn on their body, to go through the healing process, the wounds have to be what is called debrided. And what this is they have to be cleaned out because the dead skin cells can't be allowed to get in there or infection will happen. The problem with this is that it is incredibly painful. And many people end up reliving the trauma that they were in when it happened. So they start reliving the trauma as they're going through it. The traditional treatment for this process is to give the person a very high dose of morphine or another pain relief drug. The problem with this is that this leads to both addiction and also can lead to resistance to the morphine, which means that a higher and higher dosage has to be used every time. So this can lead to toxicity and can lead to a variety of problems. Snow World was designed as a distraction method. Namely, as the player is engaged and playing the game, they are distracted from what is happening in reality. It was run with volunteers who had American Army veterans who had experienced third-degree burns, normally in improvised explosive device attacks in Afghanistan or Iraq. And what they found was that the use of the game reduced the pain that the player was feeling by approximately 50%. This was confirmed using functional MRI readers, functional magnetic resonance readers, and has been shown to dramatically lower the amount of medication that the person has to be taking while the procedure is happening. This increases the likelihood that they are not going to become addicted to pain management, pain opiates, and also reduces the chance of toxicity levels inside of the patient. It is possibly the most interesting finding about the use of games as a direct medical intervention that has come out in the past 10 to 15 years. Okay. So far, what we've talked about, this is pretty much me coming towards the end of it and opening it up to the floor for questions. But so far, what we've talked about is the idea of using games as a method of increasing the amount of time that players will take part in their treatment programs or take part in a diagnostic program. We've talked about using games as a treatment for psychological issues, namely the emotional control issues, and also the overcoming of PTSD symptoms. And we've then talked about how gaming has been used as actually part of a protocol for the treatment of both physical eyesight problems and as a pain relief methodology. So where to in the future? Well, further research needs to be done on the psychological use of games as psychological treatments. And further research definitely needs to be done on the physiological treatments that are present in games. There are some interesting papers out there that suggest that games can be used in not just the diagnosis of dyslexia, but also in treatment and moving forward with treatment of conditions like dyslexia, then also moving forward with training programs for people who are suffering from speech disorders, etc. The main areas that should be focused on are: one, how do we get players or the patients to engage with the system longer? And two, what are the effects on the brain or the body of this system? And at this point, I'm going to throw it open to the floor for questions and comments. I'll stop sharing my screen now. If you want to contact me, you can contact me at pather@tlu.ee. You can also find me at Pather Callahan on LinkedIn. And I have a personal website, pathercallahan.com, where you can read various thoughts I have on the uses of games and game design elements in a variety of areas. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second so that I can check the questions. And if anybody would like to speak up and ask me a question, please feel free now. Okay. Chat. Oh, and also here is the link for the presentation in case you want to review it yourself later. So anybody have any questions?
I've got one while people are still thinking. Hi, Peter. So a number of the examples that you introduced, you sort of preface them by saying this isn't necessarily a game. And some of them, in fact, are more sort of interactive diagnostic tools or simulations or something that isn't quite a game. So the thing I'm wondering about is, in your view, what is the added value of having a game-based intervention as opposed to something that is slightly gamified or just, a simulation? What do games specifically bring to the table?
Games, the most important thing that games bring to the table is a desire for the person to continue on time on task. The major issue with a lot of the psychological treatments, and it was only really the Cave VR system that really wasn't a game. All of the other ones are designed fully as full games. The Cave VR one is not designed as a game because it wasn't conceptualized as such. However, you could potentially get, and I have talked to the researcher involved in it because I met him at a conference and talked about the potential for actually increasing the game elements of it to encourage the player to be more engaged with the environment, and so getting a better reading based on it. Games themselves, I suppose I should go into a little bit. My definition of what is versus what is not a game is based on the structuralist approach of Sweets, which says that a game has a goal, rules that make achieving the goal more difficult, a feedback system, and is voluntary in participation. So the question of whether or not the Cave example, the VR example, is a game, is whether or not you have anything that you are attempting to achieve. And this is the problem. The player isn't actually attempting to achieve anything. They're just being put in an environment, being given a stimuli, and seeing what the reaction to the stimuli is. Whereas in the diagnostic tool for dyslexia, we have the Diesel X, we have a game where they are being asked to do something and they are hearing a sound and trying to match the phonetics and phonology to it. And that is being used as the methodology. So games create greater engagement over a longer period of time would be the answer. Somebody is asking me, talked about controlling emotions. What are the indicators are monitored? What indicators are monitored? Is special equipment used or smartphone capabilities used for this purposes? For Mightier, they have a pulse rate monitor that also monitors breathing, I believe. You could, and there are, for emotional responses, the major monitoring that you can do is brainwave monitoring, which you could use a MAGnUS headband for. You can use heart rate, you can use respiration, and you can use blood pressure. The easiest one of these to measure and to use is the heart rate. How you can also measure galvanic skin response to see when the person begins to sweat. However, a lot of these require much more specialist equipment. Pulse rate monitors are relatively easy and cheap to acquire, and you can strap them to a player, and then it is just a matter of getting the pulse rate monitor to talk to the game system, to talk to the software. And that becomes the way to do it. With the smartphone capabilities, you could, and they do use smartphone apps for their games, but the smartphones are designed to have a Bluetooth connection to the pulse rate monitor that the person is wearing so that they are monitoring directly. Smartphones themselves, there are some smartphones that use electrocardiography headbands for brain monitoring. Some smartphones do use a camera and light source to measure pulse rate or have pulse rate sensors built into them. But the problem is those sensors are normally located in a fiddly place and you need your hands. You normally touch them with your finger. And for a game, you want it to be the monitoring equipment to be unobtrusive. So having an armband or having a headband is not so bad, but you want the hands to be free. So considerations on that are important. I will put a disclaimer on the Mightier discussion. The findings of their program are published by them. And while they claim that they have done a double-blind study, I have not been able to find a publication of this double-blind study in a peer-reviewed journal, but it seems promising. And it seems to be a very interesting method of control or training somebody to recognize the symptoms of when they are about to get out of control. So I hope that answers your question. Next questions? Anybody? You're very welcome. If I could read Cyrillic, I would mention you by name, but unfortunately, I don't read Cyrillic. If you're interested in listening to the guy from Mightier talking, you can find his presentation that he gave about it at the Games for Change Conference 2018. So if you go and look for the YouTube videos, I believe are available of that conference. And yeah, it was a very interesting talk that I was at. The concussion diagnosis was also given at that same conference. And again, all of the YouTube videos for those conferences are available online. Any other questions? Well, seeing as there don't appear to be very many other questions, I'll just go off in a little bit of a tangent and say that the majority of the research out there is based on two other elements. The use of games as either encouragement, encouraging players to take their meds, or encouragement in the form of training for doctors to put them into medical simulations so that they can train in an environment where they're not going to risk killing people. This tends to be the major focus of medical game research. However, the area of using games as interventions is both growing and also potentially incredibly useful. As we saw from the Snow World example, anything that can decrease the amount of opiates that need to be administered to a patient has huge both physical and sociological effects on the world in general. Last chance for questions. I always get worried when there are no questions. It either means I did a really good job or I did a really terrible job. So either everybody has understood everything that I have said, or everything, nothing made sense. So if there aren't any more questions, I will say thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. And if you want to get in touch with me or talk to me about anything at all, I am available at my email address, which I will put into the chat now. Or you can look me up on LinkedIn. I'm always interested in people reaching out to me and talking about anything and everything. My personal research area is the use of war games in cybersecurity research, and also lecturing on the design of learning games and game analytics. Okay, so thank you, everybody.
Right, so it seems like Alexei is gone, but I guess it's fair to say that we have a break now until 12:40 Australian time. Oh no, it's actually until 2 p.m. Right, so grab lunch, think about what you've learned, and enjoy the rest of the day and the summer school.
Yes, I hope everybody has a great lunch.
Dear participants, sorry for this small break, and I think we will start at 2 p.m. Astrakhan time. Dear participants, we will start after 10 minutes. And I want to ask Kirill Zenin from Voronezh State University. Are you here?
Yep. Hello, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can prepare your presentation, and you can share this presentation. And please, let's try to run it.
Yep, of course.
Is it working?
Nope, because you are using the demonstration right
Okay.
now. You should turn it off.
Yeah, just I ask my colleagues to. Oh yes, yes. This.
Thanks.
This. Mm-hmm. Okay, your presentation. It is good. You can you can make it in full screen mode.
Let's try it.
Yes. Now
Nice.
we see all slide. Yeah, you can start after 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Kirill, you may start right now if you are ready.
Just a few moments, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please let me know if you can hear me loud and clear and if you can see the full screen presentation.
Yeah, we see.
That's nice. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kirill Zenin, and I represent computer science faculty of Orange State University. It is a huge honor for me to participate in MAGnUS summer school for the first time, and I will be glad to answer all of your questions after my presentation is over. So, due to the healthcare theme of the day, I have stated my presentation subject as IT versus COVID-19, actual solutions and perspectives. I can guess that all that coronavirus thing may already be irritating for you by now, but I have tried to highlight the most positive aftermath over the past year and a half. So, if you wonder what I'm going to talk about, I have singled out 5 important topics. Pandemic impact on countries, pandemic impact on corporations, global tech companies' contribution, healthcare startups, and perspectives. So let's start with pandemic impact on countries. The most noticeable example, for my opinion, is digital transformation, or DX for short. It is described as the adoption of digital technology by a company to improve business processes, value for customers, and innovation. The essential parts of DX are digitization and digitalization. Digitization is typically defined as the process of converting analog information into the digital form. Unlike digitization, digitalization is the organizational, or you may call it a business process, of the technologically induced change within industries, organizations, markets, and so on. Finally, digital transformation in society is described as the total and overall societal effect of digitalization. So digitization has enabled the process of digitization, which resulted in opportunities to transform and change existing business models, consumption patterns, socio-economic structures, and so on. Digital transformation involves AI, artificial intelligence, cloud, Internet of Things, and big data. It should be added that it is vital that the laws and legislative policy, including interpretation of legal rules, also align with the DX era. So for my presentation, I have examined the case of digital transformation in Japan caused by the pandemic situation in the mid-2020. As of July, Japan is in the midst of the turmoil of battling COVID-19. The numbers of infected persons have risen since lifting the declaration of national emergency on the 25th of May. PCR testing is limited to the person who is seriously ill or gets special permission for this test. Compared with countries such as Korea, China, and USA, the numbers of PCR testing are remarkably limited, seemingly controlled by the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, to about 17,000 nationwide as of 31st of July, and almost 5,000 per day in Tokyo Metropolitan as of 30th of July. This crisis, happening too suddenly in early 2020, has pushed the digital transformation, hereafter DX, toward across the country, especially for the Japanese government, which has been moving toward DX gradually. Indeed, the Nihon Keizai Shimbun, a famous economic newspaper in Japan, ran an article subtitled 20 years, the Japanese government tried to become an IT nation, but failed. DX in Japan arguably started in 2001, when the Japanese government adopted a national plan of DX called the E-Japan strategy. In July 2009, I-Japan strategy was announced, which was intended to be completed by 2015 and seemed to be a revised plan for E-Japan strategy. The coronavirus outbreak has dramatically turned these circumstances upside down. Japan is now a situation where it is necessary to push forward its DX policy. The government, led by the Liberal Democratic Party, is beginning to see that the DX policy will hold one of the critical elements to the House of Representatives elections scheduled for this year. In short, due to this coronavirus pandemic, it has become more apparent that Japan is now entered a new era in which the DX process must be fast-tracked. Yep. In this slide, you can see the administrative structure and comprehensive plans for DX policy. DX policies of the Japanese government are currently being planned and implemented by several organs. The Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, right here, has taken the lead in formulating and promoting policies for DX in economic and industrial sectors. The expert group for DX was established in May 2018 within METI. And this unit has researched various issues of DX and examined countermeasures. The DX report, Overcoming the IT System, or so-called the Cliff of 2025, and the full-scale development of DX was published in September 2018. In July 2018, METI set up a small team called the DX Office. Its mission is to lead the digitalization of the procedure of the public administration alongside the DX movement of the Japanese government as a whole. Pursuing in a concrete measure, the Ministry METI formulated the DX promotion guidance. For promoting digital transformation to clarify these issues. It says that executives should be aware of and to help boards of directors and shareholders review DX. So COVID-19 has accelerated these movements for DX. The IT Strategic Headquarters and the National Center of Incident Readiness and Strategy for Cybersecurity both belong to the cabinet. Right. Yeah. Both belong to the cabinet. Formulated basic government policy in 2020. On the 27th of April, the intellectual property promotion for 2020, here after IP 2020, was adopted by the Japanese government, and it is a plan to promote digitalization through intellectual property. Section 3 of this IP 2020 is called Promoting the Strategic Use of Intellectual Property in the Innovation Ecosystem, saying that DX should be accelerated. No more than a month later, this proposal was swiftly crystallized as a government policy on the 17th of July 2020. The Cabinet Office officially announced the cabinet decision called the Basic Policy of Economic and Fiscal Management and Reform 2020. Hereafter, the basic policy 2020. On 15th of July, the Japanese government had held a joint meeting of IT strategic headquarters headed by the Prime Minister and decided by declaration regarding creation of world's most advanced digital nation, aiming for the digitalization of the whole Japanese society. This declaration was officially announced on the 17th of July. 2 days later, Cybersecurity Strategic Headquarters issued a new plan, Cybersecurity 2020. Although it's only a guideline with no legal effect, it aims to encourage government agencies and private enterprises to carry out digital transformation. On the judicial sector, the Office of the Supreme Court in Japan announced using IT tools to sort out issues such as web conferencing, as you may see in the right picture, but not especially for Japan, but whatever. As a first step to introduce IT into civil litigation procedures, 8 out of 50 district head courts across the country, including some division of the Tokyo and Osaka districts, and an intellectual appeal court, would be expected to introduce web conferencing, and 14 district courts nationwide have already started using it. And coming to the last point of the slide, carved seals, or hanko or inkan in Japanese. They are used in all aspects of daily life in Japan instead of signatures, such as receiving a parcel delivery service, making a notification at the bank, or receiving something at the post office. It is so common that when people get married, their friends and parents give them a blackwood or several material carved seal to make so-called jitsu in, meaning an officially registered carved seal. However, COVID-19 seems to have made Japanese society dramatically pay attention to the fact that the carved seal may be unnecessary. The demand for electronic contract services is increasing rapidly. Unlike traditional written contracts, electronic contracts do not involve printing, stamping, enclosing, and so on. It makes operations more efficient and reduces postage costs. So in June 2020, the government already issued a guideline using electronic seals instead of carved seals. Okay. Speaking about the future movement of DX in Japan, may be seen in the so-called insurance tech business. Like Tokyo Marine and Nichido Fire Insurance Company has recently launched a new system in which AI analyzes the data of the drive recorder installed in a car and produces an accident investigation report. It previously took a week to create it, but now it can be completed in almost 5 minutes. So it may be called black box. And now let's move on to examples of pandemic impact on corporations. Here are the latest news from Bloomberg. Apple is delaying the plan to return to mandatory in-person work because of the increase of COVID cases driven by the Delta variant, according to this journal. The company had laid out a roadmap for returning to its offices in early September, with employees expected to come at least 3 days a week. But now that deadline has reportedly been extended by at least a month to October at the earliest. Apple's return to offices was controversial among some of its employees, like a group of workers in an internal Slack channel for thousands of remote work advocates collaborated on a letter to CEO Tim Cook and the rest of Apple's leadership, making the case that the company should embrace a more flexible work from home policy. Deidre O'Brien, Apple's CVP of Retail and People, responded to the request by saying impersonal collaboration is essential to our culture and our future. Perhaps the biggest blow has been taken by the internet sector. These quick response codes may lead you to the fullest list of projects that have been postponed or canceled in film and video game industry. Well, every problem needs a solution. So next, I will show you how big tech companies take part in world saving.
Kirill, please, about QR code.
Yep.
Maybe you can show one more time.
Yep, of course.
And now what we need to do to use it with the smartphone?
Yeah, it's just you can just scan it with your phone and
yeah, I try to do it, but I cannot get something. Need to use special application for this, or
maybe you have the pre-installed QR scanner. Yep.
Okay, I think we can do it in YouTube record if but now I cannot get something. Okay, I try later.
Okay. So let's move on to the examples of global tech companies' distribution. Amazon is selling its own COVID-19 test kit directly to customers. Results from the test will appear on an Amazon Diagnostics website that was originally designed for use by Amazon employees. The test is on sale for, as far as I can remember, $40. To use the test, a patient swabs their own nose at home and places it in a box with a prepaid shipping return label. The swabs are then sent to a centralized lab. Amazon got the Food and Drug Administration sign-off on its COVID-19 test kit in March. At the time, it planned to use the test for its on-site employee testing program. And at-home medical testing got a new burst of attention over the past year, as companies raced to deliver COVID-19 tests that people could take easily at home without a trip to the doctor's office. Experts think it will supercharge efforts to bring other types of at-home tests, like flu tests, to the market more quickly. Move on. Google is opening up Android's built-in passes system to let Android users store a digital vaccine card, which it calls a COVID card, on their phone. The feature will initially roll out in the US, and it will rely on support from healthcare providers, local governments, or other organizations authorized to distribute COVID vaccines. The feature will also support storing COVID test results. For all vaccinations, your COVID card will show info on when you were vaccinated and which vaccine you received, according to a Google support page. The card can be saved from your healthcare provider's app or website, as well as from tests or emails sent to you. Actually, this was not the only Google's contribution, as you may think. Google is expanding the number of cities where Maps offers information about public transport crowding. The number of cities covered is increasing from around 200 today to over 10,000 transiting agencies in 100 countries at least, the company says. As well as crowdedness, Google says Maps is also being updated to offer more information about past travel. So Google Maps crowdedness information originally launched pre-pandemic in 2019. But over the past year, social distancing has made it more important than ever, obviously. So crowdedness information is generated from a mixture of historical location data as well as self-reporting from Maps users on individual trains. Google says that it anonymizes the location history data used. So you may be relaxed about your data being set. And now let's switch from software to hardware. LG has announced an updated version of its high-tech air purifying face mask, the terribly named LG PuriCare wearable air purifier. The company hasn't announced pricing or widespread availability, but says that the PuriCare will launch in Thailand next month, with other markets to follow once approved by local regulators. Between the ongoing pandemic and widespread air pollution, there's reason to think that there will be demand for products like this. So LG first announced the mask last year, which uses replaceable air filters and built-in fans to filter the air. LG says the new version has a smaller and lighter motor, as well as built-in microphone and speakers that amplify the wearer's voice. Video by the QR code of the original mask shows that it's muffled speech quite effectively. So the latest technology, which LG is calling voice on, automatically recognizes when users are talking and amplifies their voice through the built-in speakers.
Thank you. I saw it in YouTube.
Actually, LG is not the first company to put this sort of voice amplification tech in the face mask, with Razer's Project Hazel mask, which is supposedly arriving in limited edition later this year, offering a similar setup. Razer's mask also has LED lighting, so take that, LG. Next, I will talk about actual healthcare startups around the world, including mobile solutions, of course. The first one is BioButton by BioIntelliSense. As millions of individuals have been screened and tested, the emergent situation on traditional screening methods is revealing how challenging it is to detect risk of COVID-19 infections on the early basis. Temperature checks and any other different types of tests have proven to be unreliable and even amplified testing to be ineffective in identifying the virus in early days of infection. So the BioButton is a scalable and most effective solution for health screening, COVID-19 symptom monitoring, and remote patient monitoring as well. It is a medical-grade wearable device for continuous vital sign monitoring for up to 60 days. Based on configuration. You may see that it should be worn on your chest from the HARS part of it, or how it called, and it will check your characteristics for almost 60 days. It is discrete, single-use disposable, designed for an effortless user experience. Also, it will provide you with continuous temperature, respiratory rates, and heart rate at rest, patient trending. And using BioMobile conversational AI app for chronic care management and virtual care. And last but not the least, health data protection through strict privacy and security safeguards. Together, the BioButton device and BioMobile application are an integrated medical-grade solution designed for continuous vital sign monitoring and daily health screening for potential early detection of infectious diseases just like COVID-19. Representatives of the French company named MAGnUS announced the development of an innovative agent against the coronavirus. It is a sophisticated blend of plant extracts calculated by artificial intelligence. New item tests on animals have already begun. The company's approach to drug development is described in a scientific article published in the journal PLOS ONE. You can read it by the following QR code. Scientists use extracts of thousands of plants safe for humans and animals as starting materials. By mixing these extracts in different combinations, you can get a gigantic amount of cocktails, like 10 to the 14th power or so. By the way, this is the kind of mass of a small galaxy in kilograms. And among these mixtures, there may be preparations with the most unexpected properties. So that's why it needs a lot of testing. The company's experts have developed an artificial intelligence systems that comes up with mixtures that have the demanded characteristics. For example, killing certain bacteria or viruses. I should clarify that the pathogen is attacked by a large number of very different substances that make up the drug. And each of the components has a small effect, but altogether they may destroy it. In this way, experimenters have already created and tested an effective remedy for bioderma for dogs. And for now, MAGnUS have joined the fight against the coronavirus with developing a mixture entitled W17P4690. Such a complicated name. Its components have not yet been disclosed, but according to company representatives in vitro experiments, the drug has already shown its effectiveness. Sorry, just a second. And let's roll onward. Proteins are essential to life, supporting practically all its functions. They are large complex molecules made up of chains of amino acids. And what a protein does largely depends on its unique 3D structure. Figuring out what shapes proteins fold into different spatial chains is known as the protein folding problem and has stood as a ground challenge for maybe past 50 years or so. In a major scientific advance, the latest version of AI system, AlphaFold by Google DeepMind, has been recognized as a solution to this grand challenge. This breakthrough demonstrates the impact AI can have on the scientific discovery and its potential to dramatically accelerate progress in some of the most fundamental spheres of science that explain and shape our world. A protein's shape is closely linked with its function, and the ability to predict the structure unlocks a greater understanding of what it does and how it works. Many of the world's greatest challenges, like developing treatments for diseases or fighting enzymes that break down industrial waste, are fundamentally tied to proteins and role they play. So, folded protein can be thought of as a spatial chain or spatial graph, as you may see, where residues are the nodes and edges connect the residues in close proximity. The graph is important for understanding the physical interactions between proteins, as well as their evolutionary history. For the latest version of AlphaFold, used at CASP 14 challenge, DeepMind created an attention-based neural network system trained end-to-end that attempts to interpret the structure of this graph and reason over the implicit graph that is building. It uses evolutionary related sequences and multiple sequence alignment called MSA, and a representation of amino and other acid residue pairs to refine this graph. Just a second, technical problems. Okay. So by iterating this process, the system develops strong predictions of the underlying physical structure of the protein chains and is able to determine highly accurate structures in a matter of days. Additionally, AlphaFold can predict which parts of each predicted protein structure are reliable using an internal confidence measure. And let's move on to the other startup that has been made in Russian Skoltech. The Skoltech's development based on artificial intelligence made it possible to reduce the errors of doctors in determining the degree of lung damage from coronavirus infection when analyzing computed tomography images. Experts have developed artificial intelligence-based computer software that automates the processing of chest computed tomography and identifies foci of COVID-19, or in other words, the lung damage. So when analyzing the data collected at the beginning of the pandemic, developers observed that the doctors tend to overestimate the volume of lung damage, sometimes significantly, by tens of % or so. Apparently, the doctor sees a strong lesion at some anatomical level and subconsciously believes that there can be almost as severe lung damage, although they can be almost pure and the actual percentage of damage can be significantly lower. And using the company's product allows to get an objective assessment of the real lung damage without any mistakes, and provide doctors with the possibility to escape severe problems, severe mistakes with the treatment. The next one is a project called Radiomics for COVID-19 Prognosis. It is made by Italian Technology Institute and is an open source project for the early diagnosis of COVID-19 and pneumonia related to it. It helps doctors with automatic prediction from chest X-ray images of each patient of the most likely clinical outcome. The goal of radiomics itself is to create mathematical models and computer algorithms that take medical images, just like X-ray or MRI or even CT, as an input data and give out the pathological features or maybe the damage of human tissues. The software is intended as a support of clinicians during the triage phase, the phase of assessment, as patients forecasted with a high risk of complications that can be immediately subjected to personalized treatment. This will also allow for a more efficient allocation of resources. The software is based on deep learning models developed from image classification, which have been improved to take different information types into account, such as the features extracted by the radiomic tools and from the patient medical records, just like X-ray or computer tomography images. The project has been developed in collaboration with the Italian Diagnostic Center. And by this QR code, you can examine the project details.
Yes, we did it.
Okay, nice. Just a moment.
Multimedia it. This is Italy project.
Yes, as I have mentioned, is the project of the Italian Institute of Technology.
Istituto Italiano di Tecnologia. Okay.
So, in order to wrap up this part of the presentation, let me introduce the abstract of the annual Artificial Intelligence Index report by Stanford University, which sums up the past pandemic year. So, as you may see in this slide, China leads in AI research by the amount of articles. Scientists are doing more research on artificial intelligence. Fewer startups have received appropriate investment. Funding AI for medicine has grown. So there has been a change of priorities, so to say. Machines are less likely to make mistakes. How to say it? Oh, never mind. Users are interested in ethical issues. This point is rather controversial, starting from the laws of robotics by Isaac Asimov and finishing with the news that the Twitter account controlled by the neural network suddenly became racist. And hiring less in the United States. So the machines are slowly taking over our jobs, so to say. But I don't think that this will be a catastrophe or something.
A lot of plots in this article, in this report.
Yep.
There's a lot of useful plots with great information about AI.
Yep, so that's why I have decided to put the QR code just to examine it more considerably.
For example, number of AI conference publications and a lot of AI plot with number of patent publications and so on.
Yeah, so as I have already said that, yes, scientists are doing more research on artificial intelligence. It has become the almost the most important walk of life in IT by now, maybe just contesting with the Internet of Things. So yeah, it is rather interesting and has lots of perspectives. So that's why this report concludes more than 200 pages. Well, let's move on to the next topic. So the last milestone of my presentation is human perspectives for IT and tech industry itself. Actually, I sustain the theory proposed by one of the oldest consulting companies entitled IDC. The key points you may see in this slide, and let's entitle them. Accelerate transition to cloud technology. The CIOs must drive the transition to cloud-based IT models to stay competitive. The IDC report states that by the end of 2021, almost 80% of enterprises will be twice as fast as moving to cloud infrastructure and applications than in pre-pandemic conditions. The second point is that edge computing becomes a priority. According to this very report, 80% of investments will be focused on edge computing, and business models will take into account the changes in office work and work from home associated with the pandemic, of course. It will also increase the number of cloud solutions that enable organizations to respond faster and more efficiently to changing needs. The third point is an intelligent digital workspace. According to the report, by 2023, 75% of global 2000 companies will focus on an intelligent workspace that empowers employees to work more efficiently on both their own and collaborative objects. The fourth point is the IT legacy of the pandemic. Of course, this COVID pandemic will end somehow, somewhen, but it won't leave us without any legacy, without any aftermath, of course. According to the analysis, technical debt arising from forced migration to cloud spaces will be felt almost until 2023. CIOs will continue to seek opportunities to build resilient digital infrastructure. So it leads us to the next point, that the resiliency is central, is the most important thing. Organizations must seek new approaches to maintaining a competitive advantage in an unstable industry. IDC predicts that in 2022, enterprises focused on digital resiliency will adapt to disruptions almost 50% faster than enterprises focused on restoring existing levels of business or IT resilience. The sixth point is moving to autonomous IT operations. By 2023, all IT and automation initiatives will use the cloud ecosystem as basic framework, obviously, that empowers real-time asset management and analytics. To do this, organizations must integrate AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning analytics, implement automation and autonomous infrastructures. The seventh point is the opportunistic AI expansion. According to IDS, by 2023, 25% of global 2000 companies will acquire at least one artificial intelligence startup. In doing so, organizations that are developing their own AI solutions and data services will move to subscription models. And in 2021, IT companies will be more active in developing sustainable business practices, moving to autonomous IT operation, as I have mentioned. The eighth point, reassessing relationships and services. The IT environment is undergoing incredible damage, which is why, according to IDC, 80% of organizations will reevaluate their products, services, and supplier relationships to implement optimal digital strategies. The ninth point, I should clarify it as the ecologic sustainability. IT departments become responsible for implementing sustainable business practices. According to IDC, by 2025 or so, almost 90% of global 2000 companies will require reuse of materials in IT equipment supply chains, as well as zero carbon footprint and reduced energy consumption. It's all about ecology, all the thing. And the last but not least, people are still paramount, are still vital, are still incredibly, extremely important. Business automation and the creation of a productive workforce cannot be successful without the necessary investment in the development of IT or DevOps teams. So organizations will actively seek talent through crowdsourcing and staff development or retaining. Sorry.
Everything okay?
Yep. Just a moment. All things covered, and in my opinion, almost all questions asked. The most significant examples.
Questions?
I was trying just to conclude this all. So yes, by now my presentation is over. I thought it would be a little more slow, a little slower than I thought, but okay, whatever. So I will be glad to answer questions if you have any.
Yeah, dear participants, please ask what you want to hear more, maybe about. Yeah, thank you very much, Kirill. Very interesting. The mask from LG is a masterpiece.
Yeah, thanks. It was rather interesting just to search for all these devices, because the standard tissue masks are extremely boring, and I'm really looking forward to buy one of those.
Yeah, Danilo Knichin write to us. You may read comments. And any questions, maybe? Please be active, students from Astrakhan State University. Be active.
Well, it's Friday afternoon. I don't think that a lot of students are eager to work and ask questions like that.
I see 37 participants, and they are creating. Maybe you may ask something in YouTube. Don't hesitate. Any questions? More questions? Kirill, traditionally one question from me.
Yeah,
question from me, if it's possible. How do you think if we try to compare market of the IT market in 2020 and 2021, and IT market in global market, I mean, in IT market before pandemic, is it really big difference between global market of IT application before pandemic and after pandemic?
Well, the point is that I have taken a little survey within my friends who work in the IT industry in different levels, from junior to senior, from development to analytics. And to conclude all their feedback, I don't really think there is any big difference. There is not any big difference, because in almost every IT company, the system, the architecture is rather, how to say it, distributed, I think. So you may work effectively as well as from home, as well as from your office. So maybe it's just a matter of time when you should wait for the answer of your colleague for maybe an hour or so while he's having a dinner at home, instead of just coming to his workplace and ask him. So,
but we see that AI market increase, as you can say, and as we can see in the articles.
Okay. I have got your point. Sorry, I just maybe have spaced out a bit. I was talking about maybe the human resources.
I mean AI application.
Yep.
Probably
Okay.
global market of IT application increased too, because we have the situation when companies produce more application and games, because everybody sit home and
I see.
everybody work home, and more companies produces application like Zoom or something else, for example, and as we can see, AI market increased to CV, computer vision market increase too. And I think, but I cannot understand in reality, in euros or dollars, if we try to convert it in money, is it really big difference? Do you know this information? Do you know information about how much time or about in percents, how many? I cannot have this information, but probably it is very interesting.
Unfortunately, I don't have it either. Maybe due to the fact that a lot of these projects are under NDA. But as I have already mentioned, oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Just I wanted to show the slide. The point was that the fewer startups have received investments this year. So I think that is not the matter of quantity, but the matter of quality. That although, fewer startups received the appropriate funds, but now it is more clear for investors to see if this will work, because almost every next year you get more and more experience, you get more and more news from different startups that just open, that just start and fail, or maybe not in a coordinate way. So maybe how something to conclude it. Yeah, I agree with you that there are lots of projects by now, maybe much more than the last 2 years, maybe. But I think that's due to the fact that most of these projects become social focused, so to say, due to the pandemic. It shows its effectiveness by now, and that's why investors fund less projects, but they are focused on the most significant ones. Well, maybe that's the point I was trying to.
Okay, thank you, Kirill. Probably someone want to ask more. Yes, our active participant Daniel Afnikin. A slightly similar question. Kirill, do you think all these concepts were created in order to gain fame, or are they really solely for the benefit of society? Of course, there are really useful concepts, but most of them remain at the level of an idea. This is the question from Daniel Afnikin.
Yeah, thanks. I've got it. I think that's just an ordinary story of every startup. It doesn't matter if it is created just right now, or if it was created maybe 3 years ago, pre-pandemic, I mentioned. So yeah, everyone can just show themselves as some generous people that are trying to help everyone around them, and that's not a matter of money, of course, but I don't think that you can then you can be obvious 100% obvious about the person if he's just eager for gaining money, or if he is really eager to help the world, to heal it. So it's 50-50. I think that you can't really know who is lying, who is the truth. So if it helps anyone, just so it be. So it really is in need of funding. So it's not the matter of person who is controlling, who is developing it. It's the matter of the income and the matter of the results. If they're effective, so what's the difference?
Yeah, I think as for me, I agree with this because sometimes people want not only get money from the project, but someone want to help society with this problem, and it's like a moral.
Yeah, I actually had a great experience in volunteering, in just supporting different social projects. And I really saw a lot of people who were eager to try and to change the world. And also I also met people who were just looking for money, and I don't think that it's a problem if they work, if the project works, whatever.
Okay, thank you very much, Kirill, for your answers. Thank you, dear participants, for your questions.
Thanks for inviting.
Yeah, it was very interesting theme and very interesting presentation. And now we have the small break before the next lecture. And I think we have a small change in our program. And instead of Professor Ismailova, now we hear the lecture from Samir Guliyev. Is it right? Samir, are you hear us? Okay, I will ask him by email. Thank you one more time, Kirill.
Thanks again.
We can go to the small break, and we will meet after 20 minutes.
Okay, goodbye. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you. We will continue after 30 minutes in 15:30 Astrakhan and Baku time. Dear Samir or dear Samir or Professor Nigar Ismail, if you hear me, please ask and please say when you are you ready to share your presentation after the break. Okay, need to wait. I want to ask one more time, dear colleagues from Azerbaijan State Oil and Industry University, are you here? Yeah, I see. Samir Guliyev.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
I said, yeah.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for your participation. Now we have 10 minutes before your presentation. You can share your screen or your presentation and check if everything good. We will start after 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Please try to share your presentation. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, we see it.
How is my voice, Alexei? Voice.
Voice, probably you need to move closer to the microphone because it's a sound like the big.
I'm sorry, I don't have a dedicated microphone.
Yeah, but now it's okay. Everything okay?
Okay.
I think we can increase sound using our sliders. Yes, I think.
How many minutes do I have for presentation?
Time?
Yes, the time limit.
Your time from 15:30 before 16:40. It means 1 hour and 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
but you can speak 1 hour and 10 minutes.
For questions. Okay. All right. Thank
okay. After 9 minutes, we will start. We need to wait.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much. Dear Samir, we can start.
Okay, thank you, Alexei. Hello everybody. Here's my topic: multi-threaded game engine design and development. Let's start. So, as you know, for the last 20 years, computers and game consoles have seen an increase in the number of cores in their CPUs, with the new consoles already having 8 cores that support hyper-threading technology, and PCs getting more and more cores. These things like some ARM servers hitting 80 real cores in a single chipset CPU. Meanwhile, the single-threaded performance of CPUs has been relatively stagnant for quite a while, hitting a barrier of 45 gigahertz of clock speed in the CPUs. So massive multiprocessing has been limited to expensive custom-built supercomputers like IBM's Deep Blue and Blue Gene series, which are used to simulate nuclear explosions, global weather patterns, earthquakes, that is used for high-performance computing. This level of performance is already in the hands of consumers, because PCs are already equipped with multi-core processors, and the trend today is to increase the number of cores rather than just increase the clock speed. This is a cutting-edge trend that will continue, and game developers need to learn about the tools already available to add multi-threading support to their game engines. This means that applications today, not only games, applications will need to be able to use these multiple cores in order to leverage the full power of the CPU. This is a very important subject that is prevalent in most game engines today, but has received very little attention because it is such a challenging, intimidating subject, like multi-threading, symmetric multiprocessing, parallel processing, concurrent processing, etc. We feel that this is the most important topic in game engine development for the upcoming decades, because massively multi-threaded processors will soon be the norm. At first, game engines were completely single-threaded and wouldn't use multiple cores at all. Over time, the engines were programmed to use more and more cores with patterns and architecture that map to that number of cores. The first and most classic way of multi-threading a game engine is to make multiple threads and have each of them perform their own task. For example, let's say that you have a game thread which runs all of the gameplay logic and artificial intelligence, AI. Then you have a render thread that handles all the code that deals with rendering, preparing objects to draw, executing graphic commands, etc. An example we can see of this is Unreal Engine versions 2, 3, and 4. Unreal Engine 4 has source available, so it can be a good example. So Unreal Engine 4 has a game thread and a render thread as main, and then a few other worker threads with things such as helpers, audio, or loading. The game thread in Unreal Engine runs all of the gameplay logic, and at the end of each frame, it will synchronize the positions and state of the objects in the world with the render thread, which will do all of the rendering logic and make sure to display them on screen. While this approach is very popular and very easy to use, it has the drawback, that is, it has scaling issues, the scaling territory. You will commonly see that Unreal Engine games struggle scaling past 4 cores, and in consoles the performance is much lower than it could be due to not occupying the 8 cores with appropriate work. Another issue with this model is that if you have one of the threads have more work than the others, then the entire simulation will wait. This is so-called loading balancing problem. In Unreal Engine 4, the game thread and render thread are synchronized with each frame. So if either of them is slow, then both will be slow because they run concurrently. A game that has lots of blueprint usage and AI calculations based on Unreal Engine 4 will have the game thread busy doing work in one core, and then every other core in the machine unused. A common approach of enhancing this architecture is to move it more into a fork join approach, where you have a main execution thread, and at some points, part of the work is split between worker threads. Unreal Engine does this for animation, for example, and physics. ForkJoin is the main model of parallel execution in Open, for example, in the OpenMP framework. It is also supported by the Java concurrency framework, the TPL for .NET, and TBB by Intel's trading building blocks. While the game thread is the one in charge of the whole game logic part of the engine, when it reaches the point where it has to do animations, it will split the animations to calculate into small tasks and distribute those across helper threads in other cores. This way, while it still has a main timeline of execution, there are points where it gets extra help from the unused cores. As a result, this improves scalability, but it's still not good enough, and the rest of the engine is still single-threaded. Mostly since the Sony PS4 generation of consoles, which have 8 very weak cores, architectures have evolved into trying to make sure that all the cores are working on something and doing something useful that is not idle. A lot of game engines have moved to a so-called task-based system for that purpose. In this system, you don't dedicate a thread to do just one thing, but instead split your work into small sections and then have multiple threads work on those sections on their own, merging the results after the task finish their work. Unlike the ForkJoin approach of having only one dedicated thread and having it distribute work to helpers, you do everything on the helpers for the most part. Your main timeline of operations is created as a graph of tasks to do, and then those tasks are distributed across cores. A task cannot start until all of its predecessor tasks are finished, and if the task system is used well, it grants really good scalability, as everything automatically distributes to however many cores are available in the system. A great example of this is the Doom Eternal game, where you can see it smoothly scaling from PCs with 4 cores to PCs with 16 cores. And some great talks from GDC about it are the, for example, Naughty Dog, parallelizing the Naughty Dog engine using fibers. There's a lightweight, fibers are lightweight threads, and Destiny engine talks. And C++ programming language since version 11 has a lot of utilities in the standard library that we can use for multi-thread. The starter one is the thread construct, which wraps around the thread from the operating system. But threads are expensive to create, and creating more threads than the system has cores, you will decrease performance due to overhead that is linked to synchronization. Even then, using a thread to create something like explained above, that is the game thread and the render thread, this dedicated threads can be straightforward. Consider, for example, the following pseudocode. You have a game loop that synchronizes with the render thread, performs some game logic, then again synchronizes the render thread, and we have the main part of the program. Here we create a thread, the thread that runs this procedure game loop. So in the main loop renders, and each frame is synchronized with the game thread. We have synchronized game thread that is run with the main loop. Then performs the render logic, synchronized with the game thread. And once both threads finish their work, the render thread copies the game thread data into its internal structures. In a design like this, the game thread cannot access the render internal structures, although the game thread and the render thread run within the same process, and they do share some global storage, but they own their own local storage. And the renderer cannot access the data of the game thread until the game thread has finished executing. So the two threads are working on their own and only sharing data at the end of the frame. The renderer doesn't care about game logic, so you can have your game logic however you want, and at the synchronization point of each frame, you either create, delete, or remove the renderables of the render engine. This design would only scale to 2 cores. So we need to find a way to split things even more. Let's take a deeper look into perform game logic, which is part of the game loop, and see if there are things we can do to make it scale more. So here's a possible pseudocode of this procedure, perform game logic. So what we do here is we query the player input, then update the player character. Then we also update all the AI characters that are present in our game. Then we update world objects. Then we update particles. Then we update animation, update physics. In our game loop, we have a sequence of things that we require to do for each gameplay frame. We need to query input from the user, update AIs, animate objects. All this is a lot of work. So we need to find something that is a standalone task that we can safely ship, distribute to other threads. So let's say that after looking into the code base, we find out that update animation on each character is something that only accesses that character. And as such, it is safe if we ship it to multiple threads. There is something we can use here that will work great, known as a parallel for. Parallel for is a very common multi-threading primitive that nearly every multi-threading library implements. A parallel for will split each of the iterations of a for loop into multiple cores automatically. Given that update animation is done on each character and it is standalone, we can employ parallel for here. Very simple as fast 17 implements parallel for through the for each construct, which is the parallel for that we want. So if you use that, then the code can now look like this. This is our parallel for. And so this is our lambda expression that updates all the characters, updates all the characters, update animation of all the characters present in this container from begin to end. From the first, this is a pointer to the first element of the container. This is a pointer to the last element of the container. So we need this for each to execute in parallel. All the details of this. Now our code is now looks quite similar to Unreal Engine 4 in that it has a game thread that is on its own for a while, but a section of it gets parallelized across cores. So we have kind of a nested parallelism. You would also do exactly the same thing on the renderer for things that can be parallelized. But we still want more parallelism, as with this model, and a small amount of the engine uses other cores. So we can try to see if we can convert it into a task-based system. For a task-based system, we'll use the async construct, which creates a lightweight thread, so we can create many of them without too much issue, as they're much cheaper than creating the operating system thread. For medium to small lived tasks, they can work nicely. Make sure that you should make sure to check how they run in your platform. For example, they're very well implemented in Visual Studio, but not so well in GCC CLAN. As with the parallel algorithms, you can find a lot of libraries that implement something very similar. So this is how we implement the game logic through the task-based system. So we create a player task within which we run these two procedures. Then we create AI task. And because it is hard to parallelize all the AIs together because of synchronization, and they communicate with each other. So we opt to no parallel for here. Just a task that implements this, runs this for loop serial process. Then we wait until both player and AI asynchronous tasks are finished before continuous. So the call to wait. Now, it is also hard to update world objects in parallel, but they affect each other. Again, synchronization issues. So they can implement this serial for. But particles, well, because particles is standalone and we can update each particle on its own, we can combine a sync with parallel for. So particle task will be implemented in parallel. So this for each parallel for each. And the same is true with the animation. Again, we have the parallelization. And physics can also be updated on its own, the physics task. And finally, we synchronize all these three tasks. We just to create the task and then run and wait for them to finish their work. So with this, we are defining a graph of tasks and their dependencies for execution. So we managed to run 3 tasks in parallel at the end, even with 2 of them, particles and animation, doing parallel 4. So the threading in here is far superior to the initial model presented before with just 2 threads, so the game thread and the render thread. So while we still have a fully single-threaded section in the object update section, at least the other things are reasonably parallelized. So having sections of the frame that bottleneck the task and have to run in one core is very common, because not every part of the software can be parallelized. So what most engines do is that they still have game thread and render thread, but each of them has its own parallel tasks. Hopefully, there are enough tasks that can run on their own in order to occupy all the cores in the system. So while the example here uses a sync construct, you really want to use better libraries for this purpose. It is also probable that you will want to better control of the execution instead of launching many asynchronous tasks and parallel. So that's why next explore symmetric multiprocessing technologies that are readily available today as open source software. APIs are included with Visual C, C++. These libraries are fairly easy to use, but as with most software, the first step can be quite intimidating. So libraries such as OpenMP and BootThread came along. Symmetric multiprocessing was largely, or shared memory processing was largely a proprietary affair, limited to rendering studios such as Pixar animation studios and users of the custom-built supercomputers. So we're going to use several libraries to write test programs while exploring the topic of SMP in order to provide with information about what is available for your own users, since there is never a generic solution that meets every need equally. So the upcoming slides will give an overview of these libraries with examples to bring you up to speed on multi-threaded programming. So we are going to overview symmetric multiprocessing, serial processing with a single thread, parallel processing with multiple threads, within Windows threads, OpenMP, and boot threads. Now, what are perhaps the 3 most important issues to consider in a game's performance as far as the consumer or player is concerned? So think about this question for a minute and consider from your own experience what makes or breaks a game. First of all, let's assume that the rendering performance of your game engine is already excellent. This is due primarily to largely overpowered GPU hardware in relation to the actual gameplay, which is quite terrific for a game program, but not so great for the video card industry, which keeps trying to come up with new and compelling reasons for enthusiasts to buy new silicon. If your game engine's rendering is below the average level, then rendering will not make significant improvements. So you need to consider the design of your rendering pipeline. Since there is only one frame buffer, we cannot, for instance, draw each game entity in a separate thread. However, updating entities in the game loop is another matter, as also illustrated above. Secondly, let's assume the gameplay is already established and initial play testing confirms that the game is fun to play, compelling, and meets the design goals. So in addition to rendering, we're also not already concerned about gameplay and can count on consumers to buy our game on that point. So where we should focus our attention with regard to threads is responsiveness to player input and on load times. These issues are likely to annoy players or otherwise cause them to stop playing at all. We ultimately want to attract players to our games, keep them playing, and get them to come back for more. Thirdly, let's assume the visual style and graphical quality of our game is attractive and compelling, meeting or even exceeding consumer expectations for the genre. So you can count on sales due to the graphics alone. Like the previous 2 points, if graphics are not up to the required standard, not up to snuff, then the frame rate is highly irrelevant. Now, there are certainly many other aspects of the game that influence the consumer's decision to buy or not, such as the genre, the subject matter, for example, movie adaptation, market share, and even the fame of the studio that produced the game. But all things being, these are the 3 important issues with regard to sales: performance, the gameplay, and graphics. So what then should we focus our attention on with regard to multi-threaded game engine? What is the first thing you see when a game starts up, regardless of whether it is a console game or a PC game? Usually you will see some introductory videos from the publisher and studio, and then title screen. What about the load time? When a level is being prepared. Before the player can jump into the game, there is also a waiting period while the level loads. Without citing any games as case examples, suffice it to say that many games have been returned to the shelf, never to be played again or traded in for another, even worse, entirely due to excessive load times. The next significant area of concern regarding performance and our ability to increase its efficiency is arguably game scene and entity management. Threading the update function in any engine is likely to be where most programmers will focus their attention, because rendering cannot be threaded, or very difficult to be threaded. The frame buffer must be non-threaded because the entire buffer memory is used by the video card to light pixels on the display screen. So if you have a goal to develop a non-threaded renderer, it can be done, but special care must be made to ensure that writes to the frame buffer occur only during a retrace period, when the screen is not reading the video memory. So in my opinion, that situation will be almost impossible to work out with multiple threads that need to synchronize their code. For instance, what if we were to use one thread to write pixels on the left side of the screen and a second thread to write pixels to the right side? That really might work with a raster display, but absolutely not work with an accelerated 3D system based on shaders and fragment programs. And let's suppose it is possible to synchronize 2 threads within a renderer. The question is, will that dramatically improve performance compared to a GPU that possesses hundreds, thousands, or even more cores? Of course not. Now, in non-threaded program, which we can describe as a serial processing program, because only one process at a time can run, there will still be a while loop with various function calls, because a program that runs once and does not repeat is not rare, but never used in a game. However, a run once thread is fairly common. So a single threaded loop is the most common way to write code today in any language. We can call a serial program a synchronous program, which derives the term synchronous multiprocessing, SMP. Here's an example of this serial program. So we have 3 processes: process 1, process 2, and process 3. And within the main function, we have this while loop. So here the output produces by this program. In this example, a global variable, that is this value, the value that is shared by these 3 processes, and actually 4 processes, is modified by 3 different processes. The order of these processes is known ahead of time, so the programmer can predict how the value will be changed by these 3 processes. So whenever you run this program, you'll get always the same result. In a threaded program, which we can describe as parallel processing program, because many processes will run simultaneously in parallel concurrently, there is still a while loop with various function calls. A multi-threaded loop is becoming more common today as programmers learn about the benefits of a threaded process. So we can call a parallel program a asynchronous program. Here's a non-functional example of a program with parallel processes, which will make, of course, parallel in a while when we consider the OpenMP OpenMP threading technology. So again, process 1, process 2. Note how the first two processes are launched before the main threads. Here we launched the process 1, the process 2, and within the main we have its own while loop. And they each have their own loop as well, and how the previous process 3 is now running directly inside the main loop. This illustrates how a typical parallel threaded program can be written, although the logic here is nonsensical, as mentioned earlier, so treat this as just a pseudocode. So if process 1 and process 2 were threaded functions, then they would run in parallel with the main loop, and the state of the global variable would be totally unpredictable. In other words, you cannot share a global variable by value in this example with more than one thread. The program must rely on the state of that value, following the known limits, because threads will be competing for the variable state. If a global variable must be used, then we need a way to safely share it among the threads in a way that produces predictable results. Now let's look at a real-world example that calculates distance with a parallel approach. First, distance is calculated serially with the function that's called serial distance. Then a parallel approach is used with the second function called parallel distance, which calls on a helper function square. This square function should be launched in a thread so that the two calculations for delta x and delta y are done in parallel. So the serial, this is the calculation of the serial distance, the square function, in the parallel distance. It's still non-functional parallel program, but it's not difficult to make it parallel. The square root function is QRT, which is used here, is one of the slowest processing instructions because it does not produce an exact result. Instead, the processor creates a table of results and chooses the closest approximation of the root. Obviously, if the base number is evenly divisible, then the result is easy to calculate, but the square root of the floating point number is quite problematic. And as a result, this square is QRT, the square root of the function, is marvelous for performance benchmarking. Since calculating distance between 2 points involves adding the square of two numbers before taking the square root, and since distance is used very often in game code, it is especially relevant at the test function. Here, the output produced by this program, granted it is not very useful yet, without timing data, nor would we notice an improvement with just a single function call. So you must call a function thousands of times in a time loop to get real performance results. It is important to note that parallel processing does not have to run with parallel threads running in independent loops to take advantage of multiple processor cores. Instead, consider the two very simple calculations are performed parallel, like calculating the square of delta x and delta y in the previous example. And the results of these both calculations are used in the third calculation, like taking the square root of the sum of these squares, delta x and delta y, that must wait for the first two to complete before proceeding. Now let's look at a new problem that actually creates a thread to demonstrate concurrent or parallel execution using the Windows thread approach. That is a multi-threading library in the Windows software development kit. This program will have two threads, the main program thread and the worker thread that runs in a function, which is called thread function, both of which have a while loop. Inside the loop, a variable is incremented 1 billion times, which is quite a simple task for any modern processor and should complete in a matter of milliseconds, in a few milliseconds. We are going to use a low frequency timer function called tcount, which has millisecond granularity. It is enough to get an approximate figure and does not require an extra library to compile, just this header file, Windows page. So the code itself, to include header files and then declare constants, then there's variables, main counter, thread counter, this is our thread function, and the while loop. This is how we call get tcount to the start time, the finish time when the while loop ends, and the difference will produce the number of milliseconds that this while loop run, and the thread time. And within the main function, first create this create a new thread within which we'll run this thread function. And then along with the created new thread, the main thread will implement this while loop. So there will be two threads running concurrently. And then we, by the end, when we leave this while loop in the main thread, we'll wait for the thread, this newly created thread, to finish executing through the call to the wait for single logic, this function. And we'll wait infinitely for this thread to finish and free the resources, close handle. And here's an example of the output from this program. Of course, it will be different on your PC. But don't be surprised if this cout is interrupted with those fine for output at the same time. So we have already seen an example of threading with the native Windows threads, function side is created. This is a low-level thread library used by Windows itself, and as a result can be very difficult to use. And it is not especially hard to create a thread with the Windows way, but it is a challenge to manage threads once created, unless you're careful not to allow any two threads to share data. Since that restriction usually renders vertex threads as almost useless without the ability to synchronize data with the main program thread, the use of a mutex, mutual exclusion mechanism, is usually required. A mutex is a trigger mechanism that locks a variable or other data constant while the thread is using it. So here is the second Windows thread demo. Let's take a look at an example to illustrate these difficulties firsthand. So get the thread counter. Here we create not just 2 threads, but 10 threads. The number of threads is 10 along with the main thread. The total number will be 11. And then we launch the threads, launch these 10 threads within this for loop, and wait for all of them to complete before moving any further. Wait for multiple objects, and free the resources and print the result. But note that all of the threads will use the same shared variable counter. So what do we expect? What do we expect for the outcome, for the output of this program? So each of these threads will implement this for cycle, how many times? 1 million times. And because the threads running at the same time, they expect the counter at the end of the program to be what? 10 multiplied by 1 million, that is 10 million. But as you can see, when we run this program, we get completely different results. The result is slightly different on every PC, but on mine, the result will be this. Of course, if you run this program many times, each time you may get different answers, but it is highly unlikely that you will get the expected value that is 10 million. Since the thread function was supposed to increment the counter 1 million times and launch 10 threads, one would expect this, not a value of around 4 million as again the output. So what is wrong with this code? What is wrong with this code? The problem is the thread is hiding a counter variable, which happens to be a shared resource. It is declared outside of any function within our program. So here we have a classical race condition. That is, race conditions can occur when multiple threads want to access any kind of shared resources. Race conditions in the context of shared memory are called data races. A data race can occur when multiple threads access shared memory and at least one thread writes to the shared memory, like incrementing the counter variable by 1, count plus plus. For example, suppose you have a shared variable and one thread increments this value while another thread decrements it. Incrementing and decrementing the value means that the current value needs to be retrieved from operating memory, either incremented or decremented and stored back in memory. So incrementing and decrementing involves, as you can see, 3 operations, low-level operations: retrieve, increment or decrement, and store back. On old architectures such as PDP-11 and VAX, these used to be implemented with an INC process instruction, which was atomic. On modern the instruction is not atomic anymore, meaning that other instructions can be executed in the middle of this operation, in the middle of incrementing or decrementing, which might cause the code to retrieve a wrong value. The following table shows the result when the increment is finished before the decrement starts, and assume that the initial value is 1. So we have two threads that run concurrently. One of them increments the shared variable and the other decrements. The timeline of operations. So as you can see, the thread in this round, the first thread loaded the value, which was 1, incremented the value 2, and stored back the value to memory 2. And after that, only after that, the thread 2 started executing the decrement operation. It loaded value, which is already 2, decremented value to 1, and stored this value back to memory. So this right now it is okay. It is okay. So the final value stored in memory is 1. When the decrement thread is finished before the increment thread starts, the final value is also 1, as shown in the following table. Again, the timeline of execution. Now, in this run, compared with this, the thread 2 started first. It loaded the value 1, decremented to 0, and stored 0 to memory. But then thread 1 starts executing. It loads the value, which is 0, increments to 1, and store this value to memory. However, when the instructions are interleaved, the result is different, as shown in the following table. So again, the timeline of execution, thread number 1 loads value, which is 1, increments value, which is 2, and then it then thread 2. For some reason, it stops the executing. Yeah, and thread 2 becomes executing the instructions. It loads a value which is again 1, because this incremented value hasn't been stored back to memory. The dated value hasn't been stored back to memory. So it loads the same value 1, decrement this value, which is 0. Then what thread number 1 does is store value, which is 2, back to memory. And after that, thread number 2 stores its copy of that back into memory, which is 0. And as a result, you get the wrong result, which is what? Which is 0. Final result in this 0. The effect of the increment operation is kind of low. This is a typical data race. Another issue with the sharing variable is called tiering, which is a specific case or consequence of a data race. There are two kinds of tiering: tone read and tone write. What does it mean? If a thread has written part of your data to memory, while another part hasn't been written yet by the same thread, any other thread reads that data at that exact moment sees inconsistent data. So we say that the tone read occurs in this case. And on the other hand, if two threads are writing to the data at the same time, then one thread might have written part of the data, while another thread might have written another part of the data. And in this case, the final result will be distorted, it's inconsistent. So we say that the tone write occurs. Without getting too deep into the details of how this will work, let's examine a modification that makes the mutex lock that is locking mechanism that will prevent the counter variable from thread entanglement. This is a modification of the previous example that used 10 threads to create the single shared variable counter plus. Now with the addition of a synchronization mechanism that is implemented through the mutex, constructor. So what we added in this code to the previous code is this call this function acquire mutex call, then update this shared variable, and by acquiring the mutex call, we make sure that no other thread at this time has access to a counter, a shared counter variable. And after we have done our work with the counter variable, we can release the mutex call so that other threads will be able to modify the counter variable. So let's acquire the lock, do some update, do some modification to the shared variable, and release the log. Then, of course, in the main function, create the mutex, launch the threads, wait for them to finish executing. That's some clean work, and they print the final results. And with this version, you can be sure that the final result will be no stop. That's exactly 10 minutes. That each time you run this procedure, you run this program, you'll get the same number. That is 10 million. New version, which is mutex, to protect the counter variable, does produce the desired output. But if you run, you will tell that it takes far too long to run due to the synchronization mechanism, the mutex lock. So, which eliminates the whole benefit of threading. What is the whole? What is this benefit of this? To increase performance through the use of multiple processors. When working with variables and objects in a program using thread library, you must be careful to write code so that your threads do not try to access the same data at the same time, or a crash will occur. The way to protect shared data is with a mutex locking mechanism, as we have seen, which is the context. When using a mutex, a function of block of code is locked until that thread releases it, and no other thread may proceed beyond the mutex lock statement until it is unlocked. If coded incorrectly, a mutex lock could result in a situation that is known as deadlock, in which, due to a logic error, the thread locks are never released in the right order so that processing can continue, and the program will appear to freeze up. That is quite literally, since threads cannot continue. So here's the new and final version of the function that eliminates the mutex locking problem while still protecting the shared data. That's why still protecting the shared data and producing the correct result. That is 10 billion through the use of a helper, variable. So what we have done in this version is that we, instead of the global variable that is counter, shared variable counter, we use a local variable. Within this thread counter function, that is the function to be run within a thread, within a new thread, we declare a local variable, then make all the updates to this local variable. And after we finish the for cycle, the for loop, we once update the counter variable with this with the contents of the local variable. But this update, of course, should be done in synchronization. Should be synchronized. This operation should be synchronized with the other thread. That's why before we perform this operation, we acquire the mutex and then release it. Okay. And this new version accomplishes the same task and runs so quickly that the counter reaches its target immediately, that is 10 billion, a sign that all 10 threads are running without any. So is it challenging to use a local variable, cheating to use a local variable as an accumulator and then just tack it on to the shared variable at the end in one quick step? Not at all. Passing data around is the single most effective way to avoid thread locking problems in parallel code. The whole point of this series of examples has not been to see how fast the processor cores can increment a variable. This is a ludicrous test of processor power. The point was to demonstrate how threads can increase performance without running into conflicts. Just out of curiosity, try increasing the max constant to something larger, not million, much larger, and watch what happens. As far as that goes, try experimenting with the number of threads constant as well. Right now, we're using 10 threads, but you can increase that number. Another change you might try is using max as the target value to reach with all threads contributing, rather than using max for each thread, in which case the ultimate target is maximum multiplied by a number of threads. And try using this for the for loop conditional. It is a sign of max that each thread will have its own maximum number of operations to perform. This is how we distribute the load among the existing threads. Max divided by the number of threads. So if you opt to solve a race condition by using a synchronization method, such as mutex, mutant exclusion, you might run into another common problem with multi-threaded programming, which are deadlocks. Two threads are deadlocked if they're both waiting for the other thread to do something. This can be extended to more than two threads. This is looks like two very polite teachers that meet each other at the entrance of the room, and each of them try to give away to another two. There's none of them are advanced. None of them is advanced. For example, if two threads want to acquire access to a shared resource, they need to ask for permission to access this resource. If one of the threads currently holds the permission to access the resource, but is blocked indefinitely for some other reason, then the other thread will block indefinitely as well when trying to acquire permission for the same resource. For example, suppose you have two threads and two resources protected with two mutual exclusion objects, let's say A and B. Those threads acquire permission for those resources, but they acquire the permission in different order. Our table shows the situation in pseudocode. Thread number 1 acquire A, again the timeline of execution. 2 acquires B, acquire B, acquire A, perform the computation, then release B, release A, release A, release B. Now imagine that the code in the two threads is executed in the following order. So thread number 1 acquires A, then thread number 2 acquires B. Thread number 1 acquires B or wants to acquire B, but it waits or blocks because B is held by thread number 2, while at the same time, thread number 2 tries to acquire A, but it has to wait. That is, it is blocked because A right now is held by thread number 1. So both threads are now waiting indefinitely in a deadlock situation. The following figure shows a graphical representation of the deadlock. So thread number 1 has acquired permission for resource A and is waiting to acquire permission for resource B, while thread number 2 has acquired permission for resource B and is waiting to acquire permission for resource A. So in this graphical representation, you see a cycle that depicts a deadlock. Both threads will wait indefinitely. It is better to always acquire permissions in the same order in order to avoid these kinds of deadlocks. You can also include mechanisms in your program to break these deadlocks. One possible solution is to try for a certain time to acquire permission for a resource. If we go back to Windows threading function, wait for a single object, you'll see that the second parameter allows us to specify the number of milliseconds that is we would like to wait before the mutex releases. So a certain time, not infinite. We can wait infinitely, or we wait a number of milliseconds. If the permission could not be obtained within this certain time interval, then the thread could stop waiting and possibly releases other permissions it is currently holding. The thread might then sleep for a little bit and try again later to acquire all the resources it needs. This method might give other threads the opportunity to acquire necessary permissions and continue their execution. Whether this method works or not depends heavily on your specific deadlock case. So instead of using a workaround, as described previously, you should try to avoid any possible deadlock situation altogether. If you need to acquire permission to multiple resources, protected with several mutual exclusion objects, so instead of acquiring permission for each resource individually, the recommended way is to use the standard locking or try-lock functions. So the only difference between these two, that try-lock returns immediately. It doesn't matter whether the thread has obtained permission or not. Now, another problem with the threading is fault sharing. most caches work with so-called cache lines. For modern CPUs, cache lines are usually 64 bytes. If something needs to be written to a cache line, the entire line needs to be logged. This can bring a serious performance penalty for multi-threaded code if your data structure is not properly designed. For example, if two threads are using two different pieces of data, but that data shares a cache line, then when one thread writes something, then the other thread is blocked because the entire cache line is locked. You can optimize data structures by using explicit memory alignments to make sure that data that is worked on by multiple threads does not share any cache line, does not occupy a single cache line. Now, next we consider another threading library, which is OpenMP. Give you an overview of the OpenMP multi-threading for general purpose multi-core computing. OpenMP is an open source multiprocessing API specification. OpenMP is not a software development kit. You won't find a downloadable library for OpenMP at the website. Instead, OpenMP is a specification that vendors can adopt when implementing an OpenMP library on their platform. What this means is that OpenMP is either supported on a certain platform or it is not. And there is no way to add it if it is not available on a given platform, just as it is not possible to install OpenGL on your system. It is built by the video card vendors and distributed with the video drivers. Now, OpenMP is one of the most widely adopted threading libraries in use today due to its simple use and requirements, the automated code generation, portability, scalability, etc. OpenMP is a high-level threading library that functions through a compiler's preprocessor pragma statements to work seamlessly with little impact on the source code. And it is, I would say that OpenMP is an ideal way to transform your serial code into a parallel code. It automatically manages its own thread pool and launches threads as needed. And OpenMP is commonly used to optimize for loops. Visual C++ has built-in support for OpenMP, where project configuration flag. It's not difficult to make available. So now we're going to review OpenMP API advantages, the shared memory threading loop. We'll begin the section OpenMP programming with an appropriate hello world style program. This is our pragma. This is our pragma directive. OpenMP parallel number of threads, specify the number of threads, and within this block that is run parallel, we execute the single statement printf. And what happens here is that the compiler, seeing this directive, pragma directive, and seeing this invocation number of threads 4, will create 4 threads for our program, and these 4 threads will execute the same block of code that is printed. So as a result of this, running this program, you see 4 hello world strings. This is what the output looks like. So, same statement has been executed by 4 different threads. That is not at all what one would expect the code to do, but we'll learn why this happened in this section. OpenMP is multi-platform shared memory parallel programming API for CPU-based threading that, unlike, for example, Windows threads, Boost threads, then P threads, does not give you any functions for working with individual worker threads. Instead, OpenMP uses preprocessor directives, that is pragma, to provide a high level of functionality to the parallel programmer without requiring a large investment of time to handle thread management issues such as mutexes. The OpenMP API was developed in order to allow programmers the ability to write a single version of their source code that will run on single and multi-core systems. OpenMP offers these key advantages of a custom programming to low-level threading libraries such as Windows threads and Boost threads. First, good performance and scalability, if of course done right. Then de facto mature standard, portability due to wide compiler adoption, then requires little extra programming effort, then it allows incremental parallelization of existing or new programs. That is what I said before, that is the ideal way to transform a serial problem into a parallel one. Ideally suited for multi-core processors, natural memory and threading model mapping that is lightweight and quite mature. OpenMP handles shared data seamlessly as far as the problem is concerned. While it is possible to designate data as privately owned by a specific thread, generally OpenMP code is written in such a way that OpenMP handles details, while the programmer focuses on solving problems with the support of many threads. A seamless shared memory system means the mutex locking and unlocking mechanism is automatically handled behind the scenes, freeing the programmer from writing such code. How does OpenMP do this so well? So let's skip this over. Now, a normal loop will iterate through a range from the starting value to the maximum value, usually one item at a time. We can count on sequential processing of all array elements from the first item 0 to the last based on this loop, and know for certain that all 1000 items will be processed in the typical serial loop. So when writing threaded code to handle the same loop, you might need to break up the loop into several, like in the following code snippet, to calculate prime numbers with two different threads. So the whole range, let's say 1000, is divided in half, and one half of the range will be dedicated to thread number 1, and the other half to the second thread. Yes. So this is how we do this using the threading mechanisms. That is low level. So it's a big range. Calculate the first range with size from 1 to 2, and through the boost thread we launch a new thread, pass the function that will be run within this thread, and the range from 0 to this number. And then after that we create the second thread, and for the second thread that implement the same function but for the different range, range 1+1, the second range. And then we join these two threads to finish the execution. The given code send the first output, and the first output prime number candidate range to one reference thread, while the second one send to the second reference thread. Now there are problems with this approach that may or may not present themselves. One serious problem is that prime numbers from both ranges deposited in the list in those thread loops may fill the prime divider list with unsorted primes, like 2, 3, 5, then jump to this prime number, then go back to 7, 11, 7, and so on. But these are still valid prime numbers, and the ordering is broken. And this actually breaks the problem because it relies on those early primes to test later candidates. While some hooks might be used to sort the numbers as they arrive, we really cannot use the same list when the primes themselves as dividers. Now let us examine the loop with OpenMP support. This is how easy it is to convert the serial loop into a parallel loop with just adding just one line. That is pragma, OMP, and parallel for. The OpenMP pragma is a preprocessor flag which the compiler will use to thread the loop. That is behind the scenes. The compiler creates the required number of threads and then distribute this total load among them equally. This is the simplest form of OpenMP usage, but even this produces surprisingly robust multi-threaded code. Now, beyond the basic pragma and parallel for that used, there are many additional options that can be specified in the pragma statement. We'll examine the most interesting features, but we by no means exhaust all in this single presentation. By default, OpenMP will detect the number of cores in your processor and create the same number of threads. In most cases, you should just let OpenMP choose the thread pool size on its own and not interfere. These should work correctly with technologies such as simple hyperthreading, which logically doubles the number of hardware threads. But there may be cases where you do want to specify how many threads to use for the process. Let's take a look at an option to set the number of threads. This is done with these directive number threads to 4. Note the block brackets. This block bracket, this statement instruct the compiler to attempt to create 4 threads for use in that block of code. That is, this block of code will be replicated in 4 different threads. Not just for the rest of it, just this block. And within the block, you must use additional OpenMP fragments to actually use those reserved threads. So absolutely every OpenMP fragment directive must include OMP at the first parameter. Within the fragment parallel block, additional directives can be specified. Since parallel was already specified in the parent block, we cannot use parallel in code blocks nested within or below the fragment parallel level, but we can use additional fragment options. So let's try it first with just one thread to start a baseline for comparison. So although we use the OpenMP library here, we essentially create just one thread and produce a serial problem, number threads of 1. Here's the output, which is nice and orderly. Now change the number of threads from to 2, just like this. The only thing you need to change in order to create 2 threads is to change its number to 2. And run again the same code. And watch the program run again now with this threaded folder using 2 threads. You'll see the order is lost. Why? Because now there are 2 threads running parallel. And the total load, in our case 10 iterations, have been distributed equally among these two threads. And each time you run this program, you get different orders of printing. But be sure that these 2 threads are running concurrently. So you may even see the output like this. The third line of output, this is the third line, with 2 strings interacting with each other is not an error. This is that is what the program produces now, that the 2 threads are sharing the console, one console. So let's get a little more bold by switching to 4 threads. This produces the following output, with output which is different on each PC. So notice the ordering of the output, which is even more out of order than before, with less than 4 threads, but they're basically pairs of numbers being output, but each thread in some cases, like 0, 0, 1, and 2. So it's probably that these 3 iterations has been run by the same thread. The point is that it's beyond a certain point, which is quite soon, we lose the ability to predict the order at which items in the loop are processed by the threads. So that this code will be running much faster with parallel iteration, but you cannot expect ordered output because the for loop cannot be processed sequentially. Or can it? Fortunately, there is a way to guarantee the ordering of sequentially processed items in a for loop. This is done with the order directive option. However, ordering the processing requires a different approach in the directives. Now, instead of prefacing the block of code with the directive, it is moved directly above the for loop, and a second directive is added inside the loop block itself. There is, of course, a loss of performance when enforcing the order processing. Depending on the data, using the order clause to eliminate all but one thread for a certain block of code. That a parallel and the parallel for. That is, these 4 loop iterations means that this directive means that these iterations of this for loop will be distributed equally among 4 threads, and this statement will be ordered, like in the serial execution. They can produce the following output. Although the threads are working concurrently, the output is serialized. That's what ordered clause means, which is identical to that generated when number thread 1 was used before, so the user only one single thread. Now we are taking advantage of many cores and still getting ordered out. Now let me show just how easy it is to transform a serial program into a parallel one with an OpenMP. So we have this code that I used before. So what we'd like to do is to execute, that is, run these three processes concurrently. So the first thing is to include the OMT. So H library, then value, which is a doesn't matter, and while it's to see that these are indeed running concurrently. It's two processes in there, printf. Thread number A is processing. Okay, and then we OMP get thread number. Here. Okay. Which is thread number. Environment. Processing. Okay. And now we'd like to run these three processes concurrently. So it's pragma, OMP, parallel, and sections. So in sections, then we define a block of code, and within this block of code, we specify additional pragmas, pragma OMP section. This is the first section, which will run process number one. Process number one. Then comes the second section. Just copy paste. Run the process number two, and the third section, the third parallel section, which will run this while loop. While loop. And to see now that, so what happens to the value? One value is less than 10, value plus plus. Let's read this statement here. Thread, main thread, this is the main thread. What is technically it's not main. We don't know for sure. It's processing there with the value, and let's put this for sleep for a while. Stage. The stage. Sleep. And for how many? 50 milliseconds. That's it. That's how we transform. That's how we can transform our serial program into a parallel program. With just the addition of these pragma directives. So we have the sections. So we specify that there's three sections. There are three sections that should be run in parallel within this block. This is the main block, and three sections will be run in parallel. And now, let's see the output. Quite good. So what went wrong? Value plus plus. Less than 100. 1 is less than 100. Maybe it's thread number. 10. So the maximum to reach 10. Be 10. Bring the thread.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you share the screen of code, please?
Sorry, you don't see it?
Yeah, we see the presentation.
Sorry, new share. Okay, new share and screen, entire screen. Okay. So
Yeah, all good,
process.
thank you.
Okay. So The process number one,
Yes, I see.
process number two, and the third process that run within the main function. So what we would like to do is to run them all concurrently. Yeah? Let's see how we can do that with an OpenMP, just to include this pragma directive, right, OMP parallel sections. Then here we specify that within this block, we'll have sections of code that should be run concurrently. And there are exactly 3 such sections. Each of these sections starts with its own pragma directive, pragma OMP section. Within the section, we run process number 1. Within the second section, we run process number 2. And within the third section, we run the while loop. This while loop, while plus 1, then put to sleep, so that it's run to the printf. Just these two processes, process 1 and process 2, they're just printing the values. That's it. Plus 1, so the increments and while loop. Okay, that's all. This section, all right, and run. And what do you just scramble because because I didn't put this and
You change each thread for each line, yes?
sorry.
You change your code, then show us each threading in each line.
Yes. So there is no scramble to show that they are all running concurrently. So one, so you see that they're interleaved 0, thread number 0, then thread number 1, thread number the main thread there, just to show that they're indeed running concurrently. That's in parallel. And the processing ends when the value reaches the shared variable value reaches the level 10. Although we are using the shared variable, but there are no these issues like race conditions in here. Why? Because only one of the threads are incremented, that is writing the value, changing the value. All the other threads are just reading the value. It's not bad. It's not this race condition doesn't occur here because just one thread writes the value while all the other threads are reading the value. They're not changing the state. This is that's it. Of course, there are many more opportunities to open OpenMP or OpenMP threads. You can even specify how the distribution mechanisms. That is dynamic distribution being used. And what is important to note here is that you see that this we invoke the OMP function not within the pragma OMP parallel directive. It is outside. It is outside of any pragma. But despite this fact, it is still we can still use it because there's two notions of dynamic extent of the parallel section and what's this, dynamic extension and
of memory of what?
Oh, not memory. That's see that this is within this we can invoke this OMP get thread. This is an OMP function that is called within the lexical extent of the parallel directive. And we process to and this function, again OMP function, is invoked outside of the lexical constant. It is run within the dynamic extent of the OpenMP constant, that is pragma directive. That is okay. There's no problem.
Just like part of OOP.
Sorry, just like what?
It's a part of object-oriented programming, OOP.
OOP, object-oriented programming.
OOP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you too. Okay.
Is it all for your presentation or something else?
No, there are many more slides to come.
Okay.
160 slides, but I think that's okay. That's enough.
Yeah, because we already.
My point was to show that why it is important to provide multi-threading in game engines, and then I just showed you the libraries that can be used to create this to perform that is to create this multiple threads in the program. Because ultimately, game engine is just part of the software. So for me personally, game is just another software. And when I write a software, I try to look for parts of the software that can be run in parallel in order to employ today's chipset CPUs at multiple cores. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody have questions? More questions? Okay, Samir, one questions from me. I understand that we can use it in the very famous famous software for creating games like probably we can use it for creating games directly. Yes or no?
Create what? Multi-threading? You mean multi-threading?
We need to make several threads of the event.
Like I said, there are several options to provide multi-threading in the game engines. If your game engine is already written and working, but you would like to boost the performance, the best option to convert the serial engine into parallel one is to use the OpenMP library.
We can use it directly in Unreal Engine, for example. Yes.
Unreal Engine is already multi-threaded. So as I showed in the first slide, it has two main threads: the game thread and the render thread. But within these two threads, there are multiple options for parallelization. It's called nested parallelism, вложенный parallelism. Just don't be confused with it. There are no two threads. There are many threads. Many threads are a child thread that run within these two threads, and mainly within the game thread, because within the render thread, it is difficult to provide parallelism due to these synchronization issues.
And
if you start from scratch, yes, you should target the today's architecture, multiple architecture, not on PCs, but even on consoles. They're already like our smartphones. There are multiple cores, so you can invest time in more low level threading mechanism like Windows threads, P threads, because you have more control over the execution. So anyway, you have options for parallelizing your code. Anyway, either you start with the serial that is with existing code serial, or starting from scratch. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Samir, dear Samir, thank you very much for your interesting presentation.
Thank you all. Thank you all for patience and for listening to my presentation. I'm very grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say that it is all for today. And I wish we will meet tomorrow. Tomorrow, Saturday, we will start from another lecture from your colleagues, Azerbaijan State Oil and Industry University, Nigar Ismailova, Professor Nigar Ismailova. Is she ready for tomorrow?
Yes, we have already had a talk with her, and she agreed to exchange our talk because I will leave tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very much, dear Samir, one more time. Thank you all for all participants. That's all for today. Goodbye.
Bye.